Hi. Good morning once again. Are you okay? Okay. I'm sure you can see this morning is truly made of God. Yeah? So, I hope you had a great day yesterday. And I hope you're having good progress with the projects you're running. Kilio wamugambye nti ekkubo ttuufu lyaliko. Kilio wamugambye nti ekkubo lyaliko ttuufu. Kilio wamugambye. DJ Mark Extreme on the ones and twos. Kati no kusaawa 8 tugenda kubeera nga tuli live ku eJazz. Yes. So who wants to win the second Made of God shirt? Yeah? I'm coming to you. I'm going to the first hand.
So this video portrays inclusion because customers, business people, and everyone is able to transact without distance or without any limit. Since we've seen that with barter trade, people used to move from one place to another, and with this, with this other transaction, where then it doesn't involve movement.
Who wants? Sumaya said this video. Evelyn?
From what I've seen, the video is highlighting other two principles. That is immediate funds transfer. You see, money is being transferred instantly from one person to another. Also, seamless solutions that are borderless. They are transferring money everywhere. You see there is a map that is showing there. It is reaching everywhere. So 2 major principles have also been covered in the video.
Okay. Okay. From Kenya.
Okay, from the video we have seen that from the traditional way of transferring money, they are bringing on board a quicker and a faster way to transact the money, which is immediately, and it also is capturing a number of things like in case of any fraud, they are able to capture, and they are also able to detect any irregularities which is taking place in the platform.
Thank you, Beth. That's awesome.
Well, I think out of the video, what makes it look inclusive is because anyone can use it, even people with small phones can do transactions. And then also it encompasses different transactional stuff like credit, savings and accounts, payments, vouchers, and so on. Then also it includes the security that you can be sure that you can send money, you can receive, and it's not altered. And also immediate transactions.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, please.
According to me, from the video, I've picked out like majorly 2 concepts. One, it talks about including. It shows aspect of including everyone in a sense that it has showed us clearly that some time back they used to use cash and barter trade to transact business, but now things have been digitalized that everyone can at least be able to send money or receive money just by mere using their mobile account. Women, even those with the small phones, are able to pay their credit bills. So you realize that it's reaching out not to only the rich, but to everyone, as long as at least they can have access to a phone or any gadget. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamza.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So from what I've got from the video, it says that the Level 1 project aims to connect digital financial services to the poor people through mobile phones, and this is through incorporating national open loop interoperability. Yes, and this also helps to achieve cheaper transactions. Yeah, it creates cheaper transaction services. Yeah, which is very helpful to the less privileged.
Thank you, Hamza. They told us to thank Hamza, so everyone is Hamza. I hope your hand wasn't paining. Yeah? You raised up your hand second. Unfortunately. I think I forgot it.
According to me, from the video, first of all, it's meeting the needs for the poor people, so thereby it's including everyone, the rich and the poor. Another thing is it's ensuring transparency, because currently the available banking systems are not so much transparent. They don't know the rates, but these digital financial services, they're ensuring transparency. Then it's open loop. You can use all like different systems, but because we're seeing in the video that apparently they can use maybe MTN, Airtel, I don't know. But right now you can connect, there's interoperability, you can connect with different systems. It's integratable within all systems. And then it has low charges, like it is cheaper than the available banking systems.
Thank you so much. Fortune?
For me, what I got from the video was basically moving from the tradition of using cash money and to taking on using digital money, using wireless accounts and doing all transactions using just accounts and not involving cash money. That's what I got from it.
Thank you, Fortune. How many of you here know how to dance? I want to give out another shot for the person who is going to dance the most. So I want money bags to play. Whoever wants the shot, yeah, please come here and let's battle out. Yeah. Yeah? We are going to play money bags by Victor Kamenyo and people. So the best person takes the shot. Yeah? Because for this one here, I am just seeing the competition is so tight, everyone has the right answer. Now someone come over, please. Yeah, come and take your $40 shot. Yeah? Yeah? Please. Money bags. DJ Mark Extreme. Yeah, please come. Yeah. Hey. Hey. You're taking a maid of God shot, yeah? Yeah. If you're not this side, you should be supporting, energetically supporting and making some good noise. We've got to be saying, DJ Mark, make some noise for the amazing, what? I've forgotten. DJ Mark Extreme?
I'm succeeding, leading, exceeding. We are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Nippon, yoga, I make money, neagare. Only God to do. Life is financially simplified. Nippon, yoga, make money, neagare. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Play tukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde yabawaye atuma. Nonsense, mugira mukolima. Emoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali. Bakuyita Richard Wakabi. Holy wealth wizard Malanga. Fortune is separate. Wakolamu, wachikuba, wamalayo. Nippon, anti-money bags in Zabimala. Nippon, yoga, I make money, neagare. Holy God to do. Life is financially simplified. Nippon, yoga, make money, neagare. What does it in hero fuga tozole ya muntu munno jakuwa toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bwoti jaloga wena togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde nakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealth wizard kyekyomanyi Fortune is separate ate good separate mbuwanyirira abakamuyi anti-money bags in Zabimala. Nippon, yoga, I make money, neagare. Only God to do. Life is financially simplified. Nippon, yoga, make money, neagare. Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza. Eyesiga Mukama. Osaba kufa.
A big round of applause for all of them. Please remain this side. So I want us to vote from number 1 up to number 3, right? So who is number 1? Number 1 here. Number 2? Number 3, Eva. Can you clap a little bit better for them? And now, as they are still here, we are all going to dance. So let's all get up. Okay? Yeah? So we are doing money bags again. Yeah. They are going to lead the crowd, but let's all be even more jolly than we can ever be. Yeah? Yeah? Blow the rhythm. Blow the rhythm. All of us, whoever is in this room, where is Cleo? Simon. So they are leading the crowd. And the good news is that all of them are winning. Everyone is taking a t-shirt. Yeah? So, be the first person to win. We are going to be watching. Let's go!
The leading, hate to see me. We are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money. What to do? Life is financially simplified. Skin.
So, I was told in my early years of living that life without play makes innocent a dull boy. Yeah? And then I was told that I should do everything I ever want to do in my life as long as it makes me happy. So as I conclude this session in the next 25 minutes, I'll pull Marion here to dance because I know she knows how to dance. I know people who know how to dance here, and they were hiding. So I'll use some bit of dictatorship to bring them here. Otherwise, I hope you're good. Yeah, so, Charlotte. Okay. So, and thank you for watching that video and the interpretations you made. So we're supposed to give out a shout to someone among the many people that gave answers. So, Madam President, Mother, you're going to have to vote the winner for the shirt, please. Whatever we're doing is level 1 project, it's including everyone, yeah? We are only practicing the simplest principles of making sure everyone is included. So, Madam President, please come and choose. I don't want you, the president has to come at the front. You are democratically elected by everyone here, not so? Yeah? Who didn't vote the president? Even Jennifer accepted that she's the president.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Are you happy? Are you excited? I don't feel it. We dance again. All right, so I remember we got 4 responses. There were 9. There were 5. Yes, I choose. I choose her. Yes.
Acceptance speech.
Thank you so much, Madam President. It's a privilege, and I'm so honored. Who am I? I'm so excited. I'm so happy that you've actually seen me. I know it's not by mistake. Oh, I don't know what to say, but I'm so excited. Thank you so much.
It can be like, I even feel like crying. Yeah, so, well, we've spent probably the last 5 days having discussions with you, the very amazing people. Maybe we forget to mention to you that we are learning a lot from you, a lot that we would never learn in any classroom we attended. And we are learning better ways of dealing with people like you who are innovative, who are disruptive, but also as human as all of us. So the learning is not about us. And if someone among you, like I said on our first day, has something burning they would want to teach all of us, please feel free to use the time when you see me here. You can tell me, instead of you teaching what you have to teach, yeah, or sharing, let me be the one in charge. Isn't that fair enough? Derek? No. PDF. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll leave this. Cool. So, Zahara, are you okay? Salam alaikum. Where is Sauda? Sumaya, are you okay? Have you created a TikTok video for the people in Bara? Yeah? So we'll have a challenge probably tomorrow on money bags, and the one who will have the most viewed video, yeah, will win something. Yeah? Derek? Time. Oh, thank you. Can I get it in? Yeah. Teri kuna. So technology is not technologying very well, but don't worry. So in the next about 15 minutes, I want us to briefly discuss meeting the needs of low-income users that some refer to as poor. But I want us to look at meeting the needs of low-income users. And Marion, what do you think should be done to meet the needs of low-income users?
I think more job opportunities should be created in Uganda so that everyone can have a job and maybe have somewhere to work and get money.
You have to create them.
Thank you so much. Jennifer Nana from Team Answer Women Foundation. For me, I believe that the only thing that we can do to meet the needs of low-income users is to empower as many as we can. Because when they empower me with the skills, I will be able to create my own job and I'll be able to earn from it and also support other people around me. So by giving different skills to women out there, including those who are in the rural areas, it will be able to allow them, in fact, even their lifespan will increase because they'll have no worry because they know at least they have something that they're doing and that they're earning from them. Thank you.
Thank you, aspirant, Madam Aspirant.
No, I didn't. Okay, thank you. I think how we can meet the needs of low-income users, I think is to understand the system within which they operate. I believe low-income users have a cycle in which let's say their interactions, for example, money, they have a cycle in which their money flows, the one we call low income. So I think it's to sort of like penetrate that system and create frameworks or systems that align within which the flow of their resources move, something like that.
Thank you, Elizabeth. You said frameworks.
I'm just adding on what Elizabeth said. I think we should make systems that are tailored for them, to include them in the whole ecosystem of finances, to also include them in, like, to get something that is for them to transfer money, probably cheaper, because of course they're low-income earners. Yes, to get something that they can easily get, probably like people who are creating systems that can go in butochi funds. They're called butochi. Yes, those ones, yeah.
I give you a torch here. It was Patra first.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patra Higeni, and I'm from Mama's Daily Cookie. So I personally believe the best way we can help low-income earners is by helping them transition from the low-income bracket to a higher income bracket. I feel we can do this by, I think it's the first speaker that mentioned about skilling. My comment is a bit similar, but it's more about giving them financial literacy knowledge in the most basic level, in that they can grow their incomes from a point of understanding.
Thank you, Patra.
Well, I think we can design a simple package for them, a service package for them, whereby they can be it can be accessible even on a small phone. Maybe, say for example, using a USSD. Then also we could try to make innovations. We could train them. We could upskill them, so that they can get things like income using hands-on, since most of them don't have maybe a profession or something like that. So we could give them more skills, train them, so they can upgrade.
Mine is almost similar to what she was saying. Like, when you're designing these systems, we have to cater for those low-income earners. For example, if I'm to work on maybe an immunization system, so I'm trying to send maybe reminders to people. So you have to take note of the people in the village who don't have smartphones. So you're trying to use SMS messages to send to those people.
Thank you. So I think we just have to remember the different categories of low-income earners, because even a student is a very low-income earner. So you just have to make sure like the system is affordable for that specific low-income earner that you're designing for. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana.
All right. Personally, I think, one, many people may be poor, and as a result, at one time in life, they become hopeless. So personally, I think to help them, we would put their programs that would help them learn some skills, and you don't only stop on that, but you keep a follow-up, because at one point in life, many of them go and learn these skills. For example, ladies like tailoring and doing other things, but again, still they lose hope. They don't see any journey. So after teaching them the skills, maybe you can give them a start, give them some money to start, and you keep on monitoring them. Then they will have the hope, and you will develop to them. Thank you.
I think introducing the minimum wage would help them, so that they are not very exploited for what they're bringing on the table. Introduce the minimum wage, so that even if it is low, they can at least sustain themselves, and it's not of such low income. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam. Please give the microphone to Happy.
Thank you very much. My name is Happy from Safe and Free. So, he's okay. So, in order to meet the needs of low-income earners, I'm going to give a scenario of what we're doing right now. We're designing solutions. So if you are designing a solution for a low-income earner, you should make sure that your solution has minimal costs of transfer. Because if you take a case scenario, there's a reason as to why most people use mobile money now than banks. Yeah. So if your solution has a really low rate of transferring funds, then chances are high that people are going to actually use it and take it on.
Thank you, Happy. And lastly, Marion.
My name is Marion. I wanted to improve my answer, but he said it. The way we can improve the lives of low-income earners is providing platforms for skilling them with these normal hands-on activities, and then providing loans to them so that they can start up their own businesses.
Thank you, Marion, Olivia. Thank you all. A big round of applause for all of you. You are such a smart group, so I'll use about 10 minutes to do something from the 2018 Level 1 Project Guide. And yeah, then I'll leave the microphone and the floor for our next speaker, who is coming from Centenary Bank. So from a Level 1 project perspective, the Level 1 project remains focused on enabling financial inclusion by meeting the needs of low-income users, both individuals and merchants, as well as digital financial service providers that serve them. These goals guide the Level 1 project thinking, including the origination of the Level 1 project design principles, a set of principles to guide countries, regions, or commercial organizations working to create real-time payment systems that are designed to meet the needs of low-income consumers. So what are the principles? I'm sure you heard everyone say, and you can imagine we're all speaking to the same thing in a different language. The first one is accessible. Users can easily acquire and use digital financial services. So meeting the needs of low-income users in this perspective today is more about designing digital financial solutions that are accessible to everyone. Well, skilling is very important. Giving affordable loans and all that is very important, but accessibility comes first. Why? If someone cannot access a tool like a smartphone, a simple phone that is maybe about $3 to use, then they cannot be onboarded onto formal financial rails. So the first bit should be, are the solutions you're creating usable by everyone, or you're creating them for the smart people who use smartphones like you? First bit. The second is reliable. Users' money and information are secure and available for use. Systems help deter usage of money laundering and terrorist financing. So, well, if you're creating a financial solution that is supposed to be used by terrorists, you're not doing financial inclusion. I think you're doing exclusion. You want to get people dying because you want to create a transaction mode for terrorists. They should be secure that fraud should be limited. People should not be losing their money because they're using their phone to transact. We've had this argument with so many people on television and telling them that I think theft and the so-called butaimbwa went down because of mobile money, because people have learned to live with digital money. So now the only thing that can happen to them is you can only steal their phone. So one has a phone that is maybe 20,000, 40. You steal the 40,000 phone, but you can't steal the money if they have 200,000 shillings on their phone. Otherwise, before, people could be killed for 50,000, for 100,000, for 10,000 shillings. Valuable. These solutions we are creating should be able to increase the value proposition for low-income consumers to use digital financial services rather than cash or other traditional services. So the availability is, if I send you 50,000 shillings, do you get 50,000 or you get 48? So we are still having a challenge in that. You've noticed very many merchants don't want to use merchant products. Why? You pay them at no cost, but then they have to liquidate their money or withdraw it by paying some cost. So are we able to create solutions anywhere universally, especially using mobile solutions, that give the same value, that when I pay you with a cash note, you get your 50,000, you have 50,000, not so? Yet when I send you 50,000 using mobile money, there is an additional cost. But then that cost in some ways, if we are here and I should pay you 50,000, there are benefits I get. One, using mobile money, I have a receipt automatically. Two, the money is safe. Of course, when I have a receipt, I have accountability. But then imagine a situation when, Jose, you have a girlfriend in Bugembe, and you want to send her lunch, and you have to send her a cash note, and you give it to a taxi driver. When will it reach? Yeah? Tomorrow, Okay. So the advantages are numerous. So the value is something we're really working on, and that's why we are proposing things like building national payment infrastructures like payment switches, because when they are created by national governments or a collaboration of players, fintechs, DFSPs, and all the rest, the cost of transactions go down and the value for digital financial services improves for everyone. I don't know how many of you have received money from the diaspora, especially from Asia, but someone sends 900,000 shillings and they're charged 70,000. And you know what 70,000 can do, If we decided to do a Rolex party here of 70,000, everyone will have a Rolex and we'll all be happy. Should we have one this afternoon? Yes. Okay. We should buy some Rolexes. Let's look for one who makes good ones. So, digital financial services should also be affordable. Well, the two might be confusing because having value should also be a different consideration from being affordable. Affordability should mean that anyone that needs to access these services to get on board into formal financial rails should be able to afford them. Have you heard of a solution called KAU? Yeah, so KAU is one of our own, started in this place and is now gone to the world. And they use smart cards to secure pocket money for students in schools. But we're having a challenge with KAU right now, and sorry, but sometimes I feel like abusing our regulators, because KAU started up maybe about 18 months ago. We got this product on the market. I was mentoring the team for a whole year. And into the market, the regulator wants 150 million for regulation every year. And it's rubbish, like without any doubt, There is not a single way someone is going to pay 150 million and pay it for 1 year as regulation fee, and then they have no money to pay their team, and then they even haven't collected revenue that much, and then you expect them to operate the next year. So when we are creating value, when we're creating affordability, one of the things that will happen, and I'm excited for the fact that for many years we've been advocating for having a national payment switch, and now the Bank of Uganda recently released an RFP, and the payment switch will be in place maybe within the next 24 months. When that happens, we expect that the cost of digital financial services is going to go down exponentially. Why? Because those who are going to be integrating with other players are going to find the cost a little bit more affordable. Instead of having so many bilateral connections between you, the fintechs. Where is HiPipo? I haven't seen HiPipo. Hey, I saw you. So instead of HiPipo, Safaricom, Centenary Bank, MTN, Airtel, all having to create bilateral connections with each other, Centenary Bank has to connect with HiPipo, and connect with MTN, and connect with UTL, and connect with Safaricom, and then the same has to happen with HiPipo. They have to do bilateral connections with each other. A national payment switch would make it easier and affordable for everyone, that all of us would be able to integrate with each other in the same switch, and then be able to serve any player and any consumer. And then all of us here, no matter who you're banking with HiPipo, you're banking with Centenary Bank, you're banking with Safaricom, whoever it is, you'll be able to pay anyone and receive payment from anyone in real time. Do you get the essence of having a switch? So affordability will be achieved by having such things done. And the last bit is profitability. I have about 4 minutes to go. So profitability is about you that are the innovators. Of course, the likes of Centenary Bank are already profitable. Centenary Bank is making how many years? 40? Yeah, so they are making 40 years. Without any doubt, older than 98% of people in this room, including myself, yeah. So they are making 40 years. HiPipo is making 19. You can imagine, eh? Probably we have half of the money that Centenary Bank has, yeah? Because we have 19 years. I don't know, but I'll check our account and my account and see how much I have. But as we are talking about profitability, we don't want you to create products for charity, because none of you is a charity organization. We want you to innovate and earn from those innovations you've created. We don't want you to innovate and then begin asking for jobs at the same time. There are no jobs. No one should lie to you. You should create the jobs or create value that earns you money. So whatever we are going to be innovating, we should make sure that at the end of the day, whether it takes us a year or 5 years or 10, the goal should be that it should become sustainable and profitable for all of us that are innovators. Not so? When that is done, when we are able to meet these needs of low-income users, I'm going to share this entire document with you, the level 1 project guide, so don't worry. So when we are able to do this and make sure the solutions are accessible, they are reliable, they are valuable, they are affordable, and also profitable for the innovators, then we are creating means that help us to meet the needs of low-income users. So as I conclude, meeting the needs of low-income users plays a very fundamental role in making sure that we achieve financial inclusion and play a role in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. So there are probably more than 1.4 billion people today world over that are still financially excluded. But thanks to mobile financial services like mobile banking, mobile money, and all these innovations that fintechs are creating, so many people have been actively onboarded, and at least 600 million people use digital financial services in Africa every month, at least once every month, which is great progress. It wasn't the same case 15 years ago when Centenary Bank had maybe like 1.2 million people. He will tell us he's from Centenary. So it wasn't the same case. Your innovations have changed a lot in how we live in the world of finance. But importantly, the goal for meeting the needs of low-income consumers is all about making sure that we build an economy that includes and benefits everyone, right? Thank you. Have a great day.
Is that enough, really? Thank you so much, Innocent. Now, do we all know what principles we have to include in our solutions? Yeah? I'm glad. So the next presentation, I will be glad to hear, like, okay, ours we have put, it is variable, it is affordable, it is profitable. Are we there yet? Okay, so thank you so much, Innocent. Next, we have Osbat, is from Centenary Technology. It's a sister of Centenary Bank. So I just remembered, I just had a short conversation with Osbat, and I was asking him the other name. I asked him, are you Ugandan? I was like, yes. He's like, how about that name? I don't know it. I've not heard about it before. And he told me it's just from Tororo, and I didn't know. So the hackathon gets us to know more about our own country. Can you imagine that? So without wasting any time, I'm going to invite Osbat to take us through the next session. He's going to introduce himself more.
Thank you, Charlotte. A good morning to you all. You see, I came in wearing a jacket, and then I said, no, I'm not fitting in. So I've done my best to be casual. I don't know what you think. I'm glad to meet you all. You're all looking sharp. I think our future is bright. In terms of what I'm here to discuss, the slide is not yet up. So I come from a company called Centenary Technology Services. I know it was earlier said that I'm from Centenary Bank, and I believe you interfaced with people from the bank yesterday, right? So Centenary Technology Services is a technology company under the Centenary Group. So the Centenary Group owns the bank, the technology services company, and also the foundation. Will I be swiping? Okay. My phone is safe. This is good. So I'm not spend much time talking about Centenary Technology Services, but one thing I can say is that it's just 1 year old, and it was created to support the companies under the Centenary Group, but also to do work outside the Centenary Group. Now, one thing I want to mention that we have done, and that is being launched this Thursday, 17th, by the Vice President, is the Digital Transformation Roadmap for Uganda. This we did with the UNDP on behalf of the Ministry of ICT. So that's one of our consultancies we have done. And what's important in that document, you're going to be able to access it starting Thursday, maybe around noon. You should be able to see the plans that the government has in terms of moving ICT or digital transformation to the next level. But I'll just talk about the 5 pillars. Infrastructure. You're all coming up with solutions, but you have to have in your mind the available infrastructure, the quality of the infrastructure in this country. I know most of you are going to say, okay, if I take it to a remote area, there's no connectivity, right? Or there's no power. So infrastructure, in that document, you will see activities that are being planned to improve on the state of infrastructure. Number 2 is the digital skills. Digital skills, some of the things you're doing today form part of that plan. E-services, or what we call digital services, the solutions you're building, simply having online solutions, right? Innovation, you're innovators, right? So one of the key pillars in that document is, how do we help the innovators in the country? How do we support them to bring their products to life? How do we help them be competitive with the rest of the world? Cybersecurity and privacy. So those are some of the key pillars. So today in particular, I've been asked to talk about what skills you need as innovators, as people in tech. Sorry, I think they told me women in tech, but now I can see gentlemen. It's okay. People in tech, what do you need to move forward, or as you move with your solutions? One of the things, I started with business analysis. My background is software development, but I now understand how developers think and the gaps that developers have when it comes to being in the real world. So that's why actually my first slide is business analysis and not full stack what? Full stack development. Yes, so business analysis, why? You're building solutions here. Thank you. I've been asked to be a bit more central. So, the fintech solutions that you're building, who are you building the solutions for? Do you know your customer? That's the first thing, business analysis. What is their strategy? What are the laws in the country surrounding, maybe let's say it's a bank that you're targeting. Let's assume it's a bank. What are their pain points at the moment? What solution are you trying to solve? So having business analysis skills is very important. You need to be able to talk to the owners of these businesses, understand their problems so that you're able to give them solutions. And like the previous speaker said, value. What value are you bringing to this client? You have to think about that, because normally as developers, we come up with solutions, approach a company, and you say, have tested this, it works. Well, I mean, why aren't you paying me? Why aren't you buying the solution? What is the value that you're bringing to the company? Their problem might be that they're spending too much on their IT staff and buying so many solutions. Some are doing the same things. So how are you helping them solve that? Reduce the cost of IT, at the same time, increasing value to their customers. So normally, you need to look at some of the reports in these companies. Most of these companies have annual reports at the end of every year. In that report, you're able to identify the problems. For instance, it could be fraud. Fraud is very common now in financial institutions. The fintech solutions that you're building, and you'll see later, I would stress on the point of cybersecurity. How are you protecting? I know it has been mentioned already. So there's a lot of fraud in the industry, and most of these institutions are losing money through these digital platforms. So are you coming up with a solution that's going to fix that? And how are your solutions going to be future-proof against those attacks? Project management. Who understands project management here? Any volunteers? Yes, please. But you don't have a mic. Do you have a second mic? Why is project management important for you as an entrepreneur?
Right, according to me, I would say project management would involve some activities like, one, keeping track of what's taking place as maybe you're coming up with your product.
Yes.
Having a clear plan of how things are going to be, the costs, the time it will take for you to develop that, and other expenditures that you're going to incur while you're coming up with this product, but not to forget to also put the user requirements at the center, because that's what matters when you're coming up with a project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do I need to say more? So you need to learn how to manage your projects. Imagine you're given the contract. How are you going to engage the client from day one? How are you going to control the costs of the project? The different risks that will come up in the project, the time management. If a project is supposed to take 6 months and you're delivering it in 3 years, that's a red flag. So project management skills, very important. And normally in technology, we have the Scrum approach. How do you manage your teams? How do you check on the deliverables on a weekly basis, a number of days? We also have the agile kind of development approaches. And the industry has some standards that help you if you want to go further and understand how projects are managed. Great. Communication. I have heard you guys here. You're good, actually. You're very good at speaking, and I've seen the confidence. That's a good thing. This is required for you to be able to make it out there. How do you communicate your ideas? How do you present your solutions? How do you report progress? How do you write emails? Do you say, hi, CEO, what's up? Can we catch up? I've forgotten all the slangs. I'm quite old now. But verbal communication, how do you use social media? How do you manage? I put in there change management, not because I wanted it to be here, but coming up with a new solution is going to require that you change the minds and hearts of the people in that company, wherever you're deploying your solution. Changing their minds and hearts requires that you learn how to engage them, how to, understand where they're coming from, their challenges. In some places, I used to work for one regulator that the previous speaker, Ahmad, didn't mention the name. In government, as an example, it was so difficult for us, the time I was in NITA, to roll out some services because some of the government offices had really old people. You bring technology and it's a problem. Somebody has to go back to school. So how do you encourage them and say, look, this is going to help you work better. It's not going to replace your job. So these are some of the things that you need to have. The final point under communication is, I know we are techies and we cannot help it, you know, when we're explaining certain things, you always want to bring your technical jargons, APIs, back end, you know. What are the complex terms? Can you tell me? Yeah? Front end. Front end, algorithms, you know. You are meeting a CEO, MTN CEO might be technical. The CEO of Yuga Chick, okay. Yuga Chick. And you're telling them, I have cool APIs for you. This is going to help you solve all your problems. What are APIs? So, know your audience. Know your audience. If you're speaking to the board of a company or top management, probably there's no IT person in that room. So, if you're talking about APIs, you have to find the simplest way to explain and say, look, I have some data somewhere, and you have your data over there. I want to enable you access that data. You know, simplify your communication. So that's one of the things that you need to have in your bag of skills. Now, product management, you're building products, right? What's the name of your product?
Empowerment Hub.
Yeah, now just imagine you have this product, you've deployed it. After 1 year, there might be need to, you know, improve it or retire, build something new. How do you manage your solutions? Assume it's a software as a service solution. You have clients, they need this product to be available 24/7. How do you ensure that the service delivery is constant, is good? So these are some of the things you need to know under product management. One of the frameworks out there in terms of general IT service management is ITIL, IT Infrastructure Library. It's a framework that helps you manage your whole service delivery. So whether it's a help desk, whether it's understanding the services and things like that. So product management is another thing. Marketing, who is good here with social media marketing? Confidence. I mean, it's basically, you have your product. The previous speaker said you need to create jobs, right? So you've built your product. How do you ensure that people are aware of your product? So some of the platforms, you can use the online platforms, analytics, how is it performing online, and things like that. So digital marketing is quite big, but it's one of the skills that you need to move forward. Decision making, it's easy to put it up there. It's difficult for all of us to do. You're going to be a leader. You're going to be CEOs in your companies, in your startups. Decision making is very important. Generally, leadership. Quick decisions, well, I think someone said it's better to make a wrong decision than not to make any at all. Should we go live? Should we deploy? Should we, you know? You spend 1 year, you're still thinking. Is it good enough? Is this rival product? Will I make it? Take quick decisions, have the product out there, see how it goes. So one of the things, decision making, is very important. Now, this one is, I don't know how to explain this, uniqueness. It could be you as an individual, the team leader, or your product. How is it differentiated from what is out there? But I think here what I just meant is What are you bringing to the table? How is it different? How do you use your strengths to take advantage of the situation? Your strengths. Each of us here has got our own strengths. Some people are so shy. Public speaking is a problem for them. I'm one of those. I'm actually shaking right now. So use your strengths to your advantage. That's all I mean. It could be the tools you're using. It could be your personality. People just, the room just comes to life when you enter. You know those people? They walk in and, the vibe just, catches fire or catches up. So how are you different? And what are you bringing to the table? Now, I know that normally most of us don't want anything to do with accounts and understanding the financials. But once you start running your own businesses, you're going to have to be interested in the numbers, okay? You have a product, you put it out there. Is it bringing back money to you? Return on your investments. Some of you are going to attract investors. They'll be, at the end of a period, they'll be expecting what? Dividends, they call them, right? So you need to keep your eyes. How do you budget? So as you come up with your products, you're going to definitely have to understand how to budget, how our money is coming in, how our money is going out, your cash flows. Are there taxes to pay? And this goes hand in hand with understanding how your company operates and what is required of your company in the country. So engagement is quite related to communication, but I just put it out here because as an entrepreneur or as someone going to be out there in business, you're going to learn how to socialize more, how to hang around, people or places where you think you can attract business. And, well, sometimes might cost you some money, sometimes may not. It may just be as simple as, going to some places where there are workshops or something and getting to know some people, networking. Do we have Rotaractors here? Hands up. Wow. Great. Rotarians? Okay. Oh, Charlotte. I'm also a Rotarian. So one of the ideas is that joining some of these clubs, some people are excited. Rotary is you meet different people and they say your network is your net worth. So you understand that. So in Rotary, almost every week I visit a club, a different club, and I meet different people. Say, oh man, what do you do? What kind of solutions? Oh, get me a contact. And you're in business. Socializing, engagement, continuous learning and growth. You know this, definitely. You have to keep polishing, keep updating. What are the latest technologies? How are people doing things nowadays? You have to keep updated. There's a lot of material online. Some of us really learn things online. I'm also very interested in big data, AI, data science, all that stuff. I learned this online. I also love music. So I'm an upcoming producer at this age with my gray hair. So keep reading, keep testing out new things, emerging technologies. Everybody talks about emerging technologies. You know them, augmented reality, blockchain. Explore. How is this technology going to help you in whatever you're building? As the fintech solutions you're building, as an example, might they require blockchain technologies? Might they require AI, technologies embedded in there? So you need to explore some of these new technologies and how you can bring them to life in your solutions. Who can talk about emotional intelligence with an example? Someone nominated you.
Oh my God. Someone nominated me. Can I also?
Emotional intelligence.
No.
I think emotional intelligence is being able to control whatever is going on in your mind. You don't act under impulse over what's going on, and yeah, something like that. Thank you.
Wow. Another try. Do you have the second mic near you? Please.
I would say emotional intelligence is the ability to manage your own emotions and to understand the emotions of the people around you.
Thank you. Kindly pass it to the next person.
Emotional intelligence is being empathetic, putting others before yourself, and also, like, you treat people the way you'd have loved them to treat you. That's being emotionally intelligent. And yeah, I think that is it.
Thank you. The lady at the back.
Emotional intelligence is being aware of how you feel and being aware of how the other person feels so that you can handle situations from that point of understanding.
Thank you. So, my friends, you can have all the programming skills. You can have all the, I don't know, be the best in AI and all these things. But without emotional intelligence, you will not even fit in the work environment. How do you deal with your bosses? How do you deal with failure, bad feedback? You're here, you're going to, be invited to pitch your products. And then you'll find some arrogant person on the panel who will say, what you're doing is rubbish. Yes. What you're doing is rubbish. How will you react? How would you react?
I would first compose myself. Because honestly, that would be a very bad statement if I got it. And obviously, I would get a little furious, but of course, I would not show it to them. So the first thing I would do is compose myself first and get this whole thing off me, then find appropriate feedback to give them.
Thank you so much. So it happens a lot in the workplace or whatever. You're a consultant, you pitch, they tell you this is rubbish. Maybe you can say, you can even say, there might have been some miscommunication, but we shall work on it and get back to you, sir. Even when you're boiling inside. So some of the things you need to have. How do you deal with your bosses? Bosses, people are different, okay? Some guys are just quiet, they love their space. Some guys don't want to be greeted every moment, every morning. How do you do that? Subordinates, understand them. There's something called clarity 4D, which is one of those management things. But they categorize people in colors. We have the reds. There are some people here who are red. If you took that survey now, it will categorize you either in the red group, blue, green, or yellow. Someone there knows. So the reds normally, they just want things to get done at whatever cost. If it means stepping on you, they'll step on you, as long as they reach their destination. The blues like following order. What are the policies in government? So by the time you come to that person's desk, they'll check, where is your national ID? Where is your grandmother's letter? LOC1. They can't even bend anything for you. Then we have the greens who are so empathetic, they care about you, they put themselves in your shoes, and You have the yellows. Party. They work as they're partying. I have a colleague right now in my office. He sits just opposite me. Every morning, he comes in, music. So we work with music. And I've accepted it. So you come in, you just know there's Afrobeat the whole day. So I've learned to work with music in the background. He gets his things done quite early, but he loves to work as he's partying. So you need to understand, you people. Oh, this is what you're waiting for. There's a question.
It's not a question as such, but when you go back to emotional intelligence, I think many of us here are women, and we know women tend to be so tough. Maybe the mentors here who are ladies could also take us through like how they manage the things, because when we reach up there and then we are the bosses, so that, we want to include everyone so that we can interact with people the way the gents do it. Because here we are trying to say women in fintech, we want to be bosses and all that, but if we reach there, can we work with everyone from the person next to us up to the one who is cleaning? Maybe the mentors here should also take us through that.
Any mentor volunteers? Female? Okay, I think we'll have a session. Charlotte has taken notes, so I hope we can have that. Yeah, I know, especially the ladies, I think your challenge is a bit greater. I might be wrong, but I understand what you're saying. And you need to understand how to handle if your boss is hitting on you, as an example. How do you handle that and still stay focused? Right? Okay. So definitely you need technical skills, right? Most of you here are developers, I guess, analysts. You need that. But more importantly, you need to work in teams that complement each other. Just like I said earlier about understanding the strengths, your own strengths, and also emotional intelligence and understanding your environment, you need to build your teams in a way that you complement each other. Some people in teams are analysts. They're very good with customer engagement, understanding what they need. Other guys are good with translating those requirements into technical requirements. Normally you have the business requirements and you have the technical requirements. And then some people are just good in the kitchen, right? Coding, the coding kitchen. So you definitely know front-end development and building the business logic and back-end and all this. Do we still have just front-end developers, or it's full stack? Full stack, huh? But then that means you have to really learn a lot. But if you have a big team, then you can subdivide the work. But in most cases, we are solo. I heard you talking about interoperability, the APIs that we talked about earlier. It's very key now because applications right now do not operate in isolation. So you're building a fintech solution, you're going to require integration with mobile money. That is integration. Integration with digital signatures, So you need all this. And now, when it comes to development, you need to really learn how to carry out your development within a cloud environment. Most people just go to IBM, Amazon, Google platforms. Everything is given to you, provisioned to you. The database and all that. The language environment is in there. You're able to integrate all those components and build your solution and also deploy it very easily, as opposed to building it on your laptop and then you have to shift it. So you need to balance between that. So one of the skills now is learning how to develop on the cloud. Well, as I come to the end, I think I've spoken a bit about analytics, data. Understanding what your data is telling you is very important. So you need those skills. How do you visualize your data? How do you consolidate data from different sources? Are you picking data from Twitter? You're picking, is it X now? Picking data from X and Facebook, picking data from a bank system. Because some of these solutions you're building, the fintech solutions, will have to be integrated with, say, a core banking solution that holds all the accounts, account balances. So please, you need to really learn how to integrate. How do you build these REST APIs and all these kind of things? How do you test them? Cybersecurity, I said it before, as you're developing your fintech solutions, have it in your mind that there are actors out there that want to mess up the whole situation. So you need to understand the technology behind cybersecurity, the risks. Maybe here I'll just pause and say, before you come up with any cybersecurity plan, you need to assess the risk. You see, I shouldn't just tell you, encrypt your data, do all these things, VPN. Why are you encrypting your data? For instance, if it's a solution that publishes the budget for the country, the national budget, what are you securing there? It's public information, right? The only thing you can secure is the actual values entered in the budget system. But if it's just published on the website, Ministry of Finance, that is open to the public. So you need to assess so that then you target where you're applying the security. Otherwise, you'll be applying so many tools, most of them are expensive, without achieving. Maybe one thing in STARS is the OWASP. Anyone heard of OWASP, OWASP? OWASP is an open source project that was undertaken to come up with the best practices for application security, web application security. Now they've gone ahead, every 2 or 3 years they publish the top 10 risks or vulnerabilities in applications. Now you as developers here, people building solutions, I would recommend that at the end of this, you take your solution through the OWASP top 10 risks of 2023, which is the latest. So you'll see there are things like access control, which most of you do. By default, developers take care of 2 things in the top 10. Access control and what we call authorization. As in, who can do what? I'm an admin, I can do this, you know. That one every developer somehow handles. Now the question is, how deep are you going with that? So in the top 10, there are other things. How do you handle data coming from MTN, mobile money? You've integrated, you're happy, the pop-up appears, I pay. But how do you handle the data you're getting from there? Among others. So I recommend that you look at the OWASP top 10 for 2023 and ensure that you comply with that, and your solution will at least be that's a first step for you to secure your solution. Critical thinking and creativity goes without saying. You're all here, you're brilliant, I know, that's why you're here. So think critically, coming up with solutions, brainstorming. Actually in the workplace, and guys, don't think because you're the CEO, you're the top guy, you cannot get an opinion of an intern. I've worked with many interns before who have brought solutions that no one thought about in the company. Bring them to the boardroom, ask them, what do you think? You'll be surprised. Ask why. Many whys, what if? Why this? Okay, if we do this, then what will happen? Why are we doing this? And so on. Thank you so much. Any questions? Kindly pass the mic at the back. At least you can clap for me. Thank you. It's good manners. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. It was really an informative session. So my inquiry is on how is Centenary Technology Services empowering women and youth, especially in the tech sector? Are there any existing programs that you're running that you could tell us about? Thank you.
This is one of them.
Apart from this one.
Apart from this one. Well, like I said, we're just 1 year old, but that's not an excuse. But we have plans. We collaborate. I told you earlier that for instance, in coming up with the digital transformation roadmap for Uganda, working with the Ministry of ICT and UNDP, we have worked with other people. I not specifically ladies, but actually, you'll be surprised that ladies were the majority. Now, we have plans in our strategy. Actually, I head the strategy unit, IT advisory strategy. We have plans in our strategy based on innovation, based on managed services and advisory services. So some of these things we do, like working with other partners in the ecosystem, like in the innovation ecosystem, to see how we can give back, not only to the women, but to the young people that are in technology. We have also recently done work with the MTN Foundation, which was around digital skilling, and we did work with Refactory. I think you guys know Refactory, which helped to skill a number of young people. They're still undergoing some kind of, training and mentorship program. So we are open to collaboration. That's one of our strategies. But also in our consulting works and in the upcoming projects, we shall look to collaborate and work with innovators because we cannot do it alone. Our model is not that we're going to employ so many people at Centenary Technology sitting in one office. No, we want to collaborate. So if you have a solution, like the ones you're building here, how can we come together and push these solutions to the masses? The Centenary family is quite big. We have access almost to 20 million customers through the church, through our branch networks, through the circles, the village circles. So we rely on collaboration. Any other question? Yes, sir. The mic? Okay.
Yeah, here. Okay, my name is John Vianney. I'm the founder of CNA's co-founder. So at CNA's, we are developing technologies that help people invest their money. I was wondering, you just mentioned that you guys work with circle groups, you work with churches, and you are pushing for ways people could save their money. Mm-hmm. So we have APIs that people use to be that.
Did you say APIs?
You do take, right? You do take. So I was using it comfortably because I knew you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So we have APIs that we partner with fintechs like Zintitech to provide your customers with investment services. More like if you want your customers to buy a treasury bill, to access a new trust, to those investment services. So I would like to know, are you guys open to partnerships? Are you open to having integrations for your customers?
Yes, we are. Like I said earlier, you can visit us and we have a chat about your solution. And being the technology company for the Centenary Group, we would then advise the bank. Of course, we are one family, but we're different companies. But definitely being the advisors of the technology company, or rather of the group, we are able to say, look, there's this solution, we've looked at it, we think it's going to be good for you, and we can have a chat with the bank, the respective department, and see how to help, how to work together. Yes, please. After him then.
Thank you. Thank you, our dear mentor. My question is, what are some of examples of a successful product, future design, and what strategies can I use to ensure its successful adoption in the market? Thank you.
Sorry, I think I missed the last bit.
My question is, what are the examples of a successful product feature release, and what are some of strategies can I use to ensure its successful adoption in the market?
Okay, sounds like a tough one. I'll rely on my experience. So successful products or solutions, number one, like I said earlier, value. You can build something for 2 years with all the technologies, but if it doesn't solve the problem, and not to be rude like that panelist, you're wasting your time. If it doesn't solve the problem. That's why my first slide was on business analysis and understanding your clients. Number two, it must be secure, like we said earlier. You're building fintech solutions. If it's not secure, if it's open to fraud, you're going to get challenges. It should be easy to use. Okay? Again, it might have value, but for me to be able to achieve that value, I must employ like 30 people. So one enters data, other one does this. So what is your process? As you're coming up with these solutions, think about the steps involved. There's something called business process analysis also. You know, when you get to a new place and they say, look, we're giving out loans. How long does it take now, let's say Centenary Bank, to give you a loan from the time you apply? So if you have those metrics and say, oh, it takes them 2 days. No, with my solution, it's going to take 20 minutes. Why? Because I've integrated with NIRA, you know, I can easily pull this data, I can easily check that this guy is going to pay back the money, and boom. So you need to look at your process. If your solution has so many steps, so many actors, clicking buttons left and right, you know, going to so many menus, it's going to become so difficult. The best example is Google. Who cannot use Google, guys? It's just one screen, Google, type whatever you want and fire, right? So make your solution easy to use. Let it have few steps. Let it give value. Let it be secure. And of course, interoperable, like we've all said. I think off my head, those are the ones I can give you. There's a question somewhere here.
All right. Once again, thank you so much. So I want to pose to you a question, and it may not be actually so connected to this, but I heard you when you were at least delivering to us talking about NITA. There's something I've been thinking about. You have a national ID. A person may have a national ID.
Yes.
They have maybe an account in Centenary Bank and they have that Visa card. They have another account in Bank of Africa. They have that Visa card, and Stanbic, the same thing. And maybe you're working for some organization, still you have a card. But you realize that at the end of the day, all these systems or cards are containing the same data. The same data. So, according to me, I had a thought, and I'm like, can't we at least, or can't we make like a card for a person? And maybe this card contains all their information, and in case a person went to open up a bank account, they may not require to get a Visa card of Centenary, and again you get the one of Stanbic, and again you get the one of ABSA, name them, and you can only use this card. Because at the end of the day, it's the same information. Yes? So, just...
Yeah, so thank you. There are two ways to this, two sides. There's the technology side and the business side to your question. The technology side is that we have spoken about integrations, right? And interoperability. Ask yourself, first of all, can it happen? Can it be done? Technically, yes, probably yes will be your answer. Because the technologies for integration are already there and exposed. Most of these databases and applications are exposed for you to access. Number two, will it make business sense? to the parties involved. And I think for me that is the challenge. Also, number 3, do the regulations and laws in the country support what you're trying to do? Probably yes. We have so many nice laws in this country. I think implementation is the issue. So for me, I think it's possible, but the businesses will keep calculating. If we have one card, how do we share the revenues? How do I gain as Stanbic? How do I gain as Centenary? You know, I think that's the biggest hurdle. Once you can convince them to do that, technologically, it's not a problem. I don't see another angle. I think the 3 things: regulation, technology, and business sense. That makes business sense. Have I attempted? All right, thank you. So we have a few minutes to wind up, maybe 2 more questions.
You talked about OWASP. My question is, as a developer, what steps can you take to mitigate the security vulnerabilities that are talked about by the OWASP, that are identified? Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I said earlier that before you think about implementing a security solution, you need to understand your product and the environment under which it's going to operate. So the risks, actually there's a very simple template. You can even Google it, just a risk assessment template. For each of your products, ensure that, think like the business. It's a money transfer solution, okay? From one person A to B. What can go wrong? That's the risk. And then you need to rank the risk. So you might have 10 risks and say, the code might be intercepted and another person takes the money. You see this one, I'm ranking it as high, red, high risk. Maybe someone can just see the transaction but not be able to do anything. That's a low risk. So from there, once you come up with that assessment, you look at your risks and say, out of these 10, which ones are high, which ones are medium, which ones are low. So you first tackle the high risks. Now, based on that, when you look at the OWASP, in the OWASP, if you look at it, authentication, how can you strengthen? What are the common issues with authentication? When it comes to APIs, what are the common risks with APIs? There's something called injection, SQL injection. What is sorry, not the medical injection, guys. Okay. What are the biggest issues with SQL injection and how can I handle? So I think you start with the risk assessment and then you look at the OWASP and then it should be able to guide your implementation. Then certainly, you're now going to look for the tools to help you implement in your specific programming language. If it's any Python developers here? Java? What are you guys using these days? React? Yes. Node? Flutter? It's interesting. Go? Go? Python, Java. Okay, so specific to your language, there will be tools that will help you and libraries that will help you implement some of those. So next question.
Okay, thank you very much. So you realize that most of us are startups. Yes. All our companies are startup companies. So my inquiry is, are there opportunities for startups like mentorship programs, investment programs that maybe you could recommend or that you could participate in to get capital from Centenary, or if Centenary is having any support programs for startups that we could participate in to get capital for our startups?
Okay, thank you. So regarding Centenary, like I said, we have another arm called the Centenary Foundation, which is actually the one that has been one of the sponsors for this event here. And the Centenary Foundation works with other players, like the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, MasterCard, At least those are the two I know that have approached us. And all these guys are willing to tap into the innovation space to be able to help innovators. So we have some ideas we're putting together. They are not yet ripe, but in working with people like MasterCard, the Private Sector Foundation, and government, specifically the National ICT Hub. Any of you been to the hub? The National ICT Hub? At the moment, actually I was there yesterday. I am also a mentor there. They actually help startups, like have some space and things like that until you're ready to. So it's the quickest actually at the moment from the government side. The others, I'm sure you know. So I think that's all I can say. We are working on some things that are not yet quite there. But like I said, collaboration is the only way we can work on this challenge. The final question? No. Oh. Do we still have time? 9 minutes. Help kindly behind there. Let's keep it short. One of the things is also timekeeping and the skills that I missed out. I could not have all of them.
Thank you. So you're a senior developer. My question is around USSD. People have sung that USSD is the best option for one to implement an application for a button phone. But when you look at the costs you incur to implement USSD, they are quite high. So for startups like us that don't actually have even like initial funding, are there any other options that you could be knowing about based on your technology? Something that you could implement rather than USSD but still have it on the button phones?
Tough question, because I'm actually a retired developer. But USSD, the issue of costs, I think we have to look into the issues with the regulator, because the costs are from the UCC, right? The session costs, you mean? I hope that's what you mean by the costs. The annual, there's some payments you make. Monthly. Yeah, so I think we look at that from the regulation side and need to understand why the costs are high, including costs to do with data itself. And I think if you look at the digital transformation roadmap, once it comes out on Thursday, there are some strategies we have recommended there on how to engage with the authorities, especially the tax authorities, on matters to do with IT, devices, cost of internet, and all that, because that then affects the entire chain, right? Innovation, it affects uptake and rolling out. Okay, next, final question.
Sir, Apara Cecilia, Team Opportune. You said you're in the field of software developing at Centenary, right?
Yes.
And inquiring, do you offer internship programs at Centenary? Because I'm looking at this, I'm moving into my third year, and I'm moving into internship. So I'm inquiring if you have internship programs running.
We do.
Really?
Yes.
So, you know, you know, in Uganda, it's all about connection. So I don't know if you could help me out, because in my next year, I'm going in for internship. And I'm doing software engineering at Makerere.
Give me your contact. Let's talk.
All right, sir. I'll reach out to you.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
So thank you all. It was, I've not done this in a while. Thank you for listening to me. I wish you all the best. Keep hope alive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Osbat. Once again, let us applaud him. And congratulations, Team Optune. It's all about connections, right? We are already connected. And Osbat did mention about something very important. I interacted with some teams yesterday, and I mentioned about you making your user journeys uncomplicated. Yeah? very precise, very simple. Some of us are having very long user journeys. You click here, then you do this, then you do this. A lot of corners, right? The users are going to run away. Yeah? The users are going to run away. So up next, Ivan, come and help us exercise a little bit. And then we have, Ivan is not, he just stepped up out. So he's going to help us exercise a little bit. Who? Oh, it is Maureen. Okay, let us all welcome Maureen. Asimwe. Hurry, we don't have time. Our facilitators are coming up. Take us through MVP phase 1. So let us stand up, please.
Okay, hi everyone. All right, let's go. Hands up, down, up, down, sideways, 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 squat.
Mastula didn't do anything. Okay, she's now doing. Okay, let us sit. Cleopatra, please, and your team, you're welcome.
Life is financially simplified.
Where's the other mic? The microphone, let me get it.
Continue playing the music. I want to dance for the participants here. Jokes!
Anti-money bucks in Zabimala. I make money, life is financially simplified.
Yes, continue. Don't stop. Let's dance. Just a simple move. Get up. Money bags, one more time. It's a nice tune, eh?
I'm succeeding.
Hey. Just one stroke. Mastula, come on, join me. Go. Just this one stroke. Let's do it together.
Life is financially simplified.
Let's go.
Skins in answer to Kirabazongo. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukande chukumia wetu tusao. iPhone ye phone ye bidala telephone. Flight ku flight.
Okay. Thank you. So, how are you this morning? You're good? I'm also fine. I'm not getting the vibe. Are you fine? Okay, that is good to know. So before I take you through the MVP, we are going to do something with the team. We're going to go through each group, seeing your prototypes, okay? So you're going to do a demo, but not at the front. Is that okay? Yeah, you don't have any other choice. So we're coming table by table. We see what you have. And then I can introduce the MVP. Okay? Because I can't do MVP without you having a working prototype. Okay? Yeah. So we're coming through.
Just a little reminder as the facilitators go through, kindly confirm that that's the right spelling of your team names, please. The team leaders, go on the WhatsApp and confirm that that's the right spelling of your team name.
Life is financially simplified. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde abawaye atuma. Mujira mukolima emoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali bakuyita Richard Wakabi oli wealthy wizard malanga fortune is separate wakolamu wachikuba wamalayo anti-money bags nzabi mala njoga I make money neyagale life is financially simplified. What does it in ero fugato tole ya muntu munno jakuwa toyagala banyumya saving inaye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga wena togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga bakugamba nakamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde bakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealthy wizard kyomanyi fortune is separate ate good separate mbuwanyirira kabakamu anti-money bags nzabi mala njoga I make money neyagale life is financially simplified njoga make money weyagale mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza eyesiga mukama osaba kofa I'm succeeding, leading, exceeding, we are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. I make money, life is financially simplified. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde abawaye atuma. Mujira mukolima emoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali bakuyita Richard Wakabi oli wealthy wizard malanga fortune is separate wakolamu wachikuba wamalayo anti-money bags nzabi mala njoga I make money neyagale life is financially simplified. What does it in ero fugato tole ya muntu munno jakuwa toyagala banyumya saving inaye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga wena togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga toga bakugamba nakamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde bakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealthy wizard kyekyomanyi fortune is separate ate good separate mbuwanyirira kabaka muli anti money bags nze abimala nibad njoga I make money neyagale only to do life is financially simplified nibad ojoga make money weyagale mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza eyesiga mukama osaba kufa I'm succeeding, the leading, exceeding. We are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Nipad, yoga, I make money, neyagare. Only to do. Life is financially simplified. I'm succeeding, leading, exceeding. We are winning. Anti-money bucks in Zabimala. Nipad, yoga, I make money, neagare. Only all to do. Life is financially simplified. Nipad, yoga, make money, neagare. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde yabawaye atuma. Nonsense, mugira mukolima. Emoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali. Bakuyita Richard Wakabi. Holy wealth wizard Malanga. Fortune is separate. Wakolamu, wachikuba, wamalayo. Nipon, anti-money bucks in Zabimala. Nipon, yoga, I make money, neagare. Holy all to do. Life is financially simplified. Nipon, yoga, make money, neagare. What does it in totole ya muntu munno jakuwa toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde bakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealth wizard kyekyomanyi fortune is separate ate good separate mbuwanyirira kabakamuyi money bucks in Zabimala. Nipad, yoga, I make money, neagare. Only all to do. Life is financially simplified. Nipad, yoga, make money, neagare. Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza. Eyesiga Mukama. Osaba kofa. I'm succeeding, leading, exceeding. We are winning. Anti-money bucks in Zabimala. Nipad, yoga, I make money, neagare. Only all to do. Life is financially simplified. Nipad, yoga, make money, neagare. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde yabawaye atuma. Nonsense, mugira mukolima. Emoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali. Bakuyita Richard Wakabi. Holy wealth wizard Malanga. Fortune is separate. Wakolamu, wachikuba, wamalayo. Nipon, anti-money bucks in Zabimala. Nipad, yoga, I make money, neagare. Holy all to do. Life is financially simplified. Nipad, yoga, make money, neagare. What does it in totole ya muntu munno jakuwa toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde bakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealth wizard kyekyomanyi fortune is separate ate good separate mbuwanyirira kabakamuyi Anti-money bucks in Zabimala. Nipad, yoga, I make money, neagare. Only all to do. Life is financially simplified. Nipad, yoga, make money, neagare. Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza. Eyesiga Mukama. Osaba kofa. succeeding, leading, exceeding. We are winning. Anti-money bucks in Zabimala. Bad yoga, I make money. Hold it all to do. Life is financially simplified. Yoga, make money. Where skins in answer to Kirabazongo. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusao. iPhone ye phone ye bidala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde abawaye atuma. Mujira mukolima Moloke tasusa 5 chimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast wali Nakuita Richard Wakabi Holy wealthy wizard Malanga Fortune is separate Wakolamu Wachikuba Wamalayo Anti-money bucks in Zabimala Bad yoga I make money Neyagare Life is financially simplified. Yoga, make money, where what does it in Nero Fugato Tole Amuntu Muno Jakuwa? Toyagala banyumya saving in a way zikwao what you jaloga. When now when not okambwako
Hello. We didn't do any social media today now, did we? I already sent the photos to the WhatsApp group. Please let us use this time and make at least a post. Remember, there is a prize to be won by the most active team on social media. You don't want to miss out 200 USD. Do your teams have social media accounts? Yeah? All of your teams have social media accounts? So the engagements on the live stream, we are monitoring that, who are very active on the live stream. Social media, I'm expecting each team to be having a social media account, also of course with individual, but we are giving the prize to the team.
We are winning. Anti-money bucks in Zabimala. Bad yoga, I make money. Hold it all to do. Life is financially simplified. Yoga, make money. Skins in answer to Kirabazongo. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusao. iPhone ye phone ye bidala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde abawaye atuma. Mujira mukolima Moloke tasusa 5 chimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast wali Nakuita Richard Wakabi Holy wealthy wizard Malanga Fortune is separate Wakolamu Wachikuba Wamalayo Anti-money bucks in Zabimala. Bad yoga, I make money. Hold it all to do. Life is financially simplified. Yoga, make money. What does it in Nero Fugato Tole Amuntu Muno Jakuwa? Toyagala banyumya saving in a way zikwao what you jaloga. When now when not okambwako otamide chokate ngovuga. Bakugamba nakamulwadde chokate olumbye toyambadde. Nakuita Richard olina kachi oli wealthy wizard chichomanyi. Fortune is separate ate God separate. Mbuwanyirira kabaka muli. Anti-money bucks in Zabimala. Bad yoga, I make money. Hold it all to do. Life is financially simplified. Bad yoga, make money. Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza. Eyesiga Mukama osaba kofa. I'm succeeding, nzabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neyagale. Only youth, only told to do. Life is financially simplified. Only bad, yoga, make money, neyagale. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katubuuba. Katonde abawaye atuma. Nonsense, mugira mukolima. Emmoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali. Bakuyita Richard Wakabi. Oli wealthy wizard. Malanga. Fortune is separate. Wakolamu. Wachikuba. Wamalayo. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neyagale. Only youth, only told to do. Life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, neyagale. What does it in ero fuga tozole ya muntu munno jakuwa. Toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga. Wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga. Bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde. Bakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealthy wizard ky'omanyi. Fortune is separate ate good separate. Mbuwanyirira kabaka muli anti-money bags nzabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neyagale. Only youth, only told to do. Life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, neyagale. Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza. Eyesiga Mukama osaba kufa. I'm succeeding, leading, exceeding. We are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neyagale. Only youth, only told to do. Life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, neyagale. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katubuuba. Katonde abawaye atuma. Nonsense, mugira mukolima. Emmoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali. Bakuyita Richard Wakabi. Oli wealthy wizard. Malanga. Fortune is separate. Wakolamu. Wachikuba. Wamalayo. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neyagale. Only youth, only told to do. Life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, neyagale. What does it in ero fuga tozole ya muntu munno jakuwa. Toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga. Wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga. Bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde. Bakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealthy wizard ky'omanyi. Fortune is separate ate good separate. Mbuwanyirira kabaka muli youth. Anti-money bags nzabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neyagale. Only youth, only told to do. Life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, neyagale. Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza. Eyesiga Mukama osaba kufa. I'm succeeding, leading, exceeding. We are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Big bad, financially simplified. Ojoga, make money, weyagale. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde abawaye atuma. Mugira mukolima Moloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali bakuyita Richard Wakabi oli wealthy wizard malanga fortune is separate wakolamu wachikuba wamalayo anti-money bags nzabimala bad njoga I make money neyagale life is financially simplified. Ojoga, make money, weyagale. What does it in fuga tozole ya muntu munno jakuwa. Toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bw'otyo jaloga. Wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga. Bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde. Bakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealthy wizard kyomanyi fortune is separate ate good separate mbuwanyirira kabaka mwiyut anti-money bags nzabimala bad njoga I make money neyagale oli told to do life is financially simplified bad ojoga make money weyagale mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza eyesiga mukama osaba kofa I'm succeeding, the leading, hate to see me, we are winning. Anti-money bags nzabimala.
Have we all had lunch? Those who haven't gotten lunch, please get lunch. Eat up fast so that the facilitators can come and finish up looking at your prototypes.
Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde abawaye atuma. Mugira mukolima Moloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali bakuyita Richard Wakabi oli wealthy wizard malanga fortune is separate wakolamu wachikuba wamalayo anti-money bags nzabimala bad njoga I make money neyagale life is financially simplified. Ojoga, make money, weyagale. What does it in fuga tozole ya muntu munno jakuwa. Toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bw'otyo jaloga. Wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga. Bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde. Bakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealthy wizard kyomanyi fortune is separate ate good separate mbuwanyirira kabaka mwiyut anti-money bags nzabimala bad njoga I make money neyagale oli told to do life is financially simplified bad ojoga make money weyagale mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza eyesiga mukama osaba kofa I'm succeeding, the leading, hate to see me, we are winning. Anti-money bags nzabimala bad njoga I make money neyagale oli told to do Life is financially simplified. Ojoga, make money, weyagale. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde yabawaye atuma. Nonsense, mujira mukolima. Imoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali. Nakuyita Richard Wakabi. Holy wealth wizard Malanga. Fortune is separate. Wakolamu, wachikuba, wamalayo. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Bad, yoga, I make money, neyagare. Holy to do. Life is financially simplified. Bad, yoga, make money, weyagare. What does it in totole ya muntu munno jakuwa toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde nakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealth wizard kyekyomanyi fortune is separate ate good separate mbuwanyirira kabakamu Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neyagare. Holy to do. Life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, weyagare. Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza. Eyesiga Mukama. Osaba kufa. I'm succeeding, the leading, hate to see me. We are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neyagare. Holy to do. Life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, weyagare. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde yabawaye atuma. Nonsense, mujira mukolima. Imoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali. Nakuyita Richard Wakabi. Holy wealth wizard Malanga. Fortune is separate. Wakolamu, wachikuba, wamalayo. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neyagare. Holy to do. Life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, weyagare. What does it in totole ya muntu munno jakuwa toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde nakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealth wizard kyekyomanyi fortune is separate ate good separate mbuwanyirira kabakamu Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neyagare. Holy to do. Life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, weyagare. Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza. Eyesiga Mukama. Osaba kufa. I'm succeeding, the leading, hate to see me. We are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neyagare. Holy to do. Life Life is financially simplified. Ojoga, make money, weyagale. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde abawaye atuma. Mugira mukolima Moloke tasusa 5 chimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast wali Nakuita Richard Wakabi Oli wealthy wizard Malanga Fortune is separate Wakolamu Wachikuba Wamalayo Nipon Anti-money bags in Zabimala Nipon Njoga I make money Neyagare Hollywood Life is financially simplified. Ojoga, make money, weyagale. What does it inero fuga tozole ya muntu munno jakuwa. Toyagala banyumya saving inaye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga. Wena togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga. Bakugamba nakamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde. Nakuita Richard Olina kachi Oli wealthy wizard Chechomanyi Fortune is separate Ate good separate Mbuwanyirira kabaka Hollywood Nipon Anti-money bags in Zabimala Nipon Njoga I make money Neyagare Hollywood Hollywood to do Life is financially simplified Nipon Ojoga Make money Weyagare Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza eyesiga Mukama osaba kofa. I'm succeeding, the leading, hate to see me, we are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala Njoga I make money, neyagale. Hollywood to do. Life is financially simplified. Ojoga, make money, weyagale. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde abawaye atuma. Mugira mukolima Moloke tasusa 5 chimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast wali Nakuita Richard Wakabi Oli wealthy wizard Malanga Fortune is separate Wakolamu Wachikuba Wamalayo Nipon Anti-money bags in Zabimala Nipon Njoga I make money Neyagare Hollywood to do. Life is financially simplified. Ojoga, make money, weyagale. What does it inero fuga tozole ya muntu munno jakuwa. Toyagala banyumya saving inaye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga. Wena togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga. Bakugamba nakamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde. Nakuita Richard Olina kachi Oli wealthy wizard Chechomanyi Fortune is separate Ate good separate Mbuwanyirira kabaka Hollywood Nipon Anti-money bags in Zabimala Nipon Njoga I make money Neyagale Hollywood to do Life is financially simplified Nipon Ojoga Make money Weyagale Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza eyesiga Mukama osaba kofa. I'm succeeding, the leading, hate to see me, we are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala Njoga I make money, neyagale. Hollywood to do. Life is financial. financially simplified. Ojoga, make money, weyagale. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katubuuba. Katonde abawaye atuma. Nonsense, mugira mukolima. Emmoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali. Bakuyita Richard Wakabi. Oli wealthy wizard Malanga. Fortune is separate. Wakolamu, wachikuba, wamalayo. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Bad, yoga, I make money, neagare. All to do, life is financially simplified. Bad, yoga, make money, neagare. What does it in ero fuga tozole ya muntu munno jakuwa. Toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga. Wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga. Bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde. Bakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealthy wizard kyomanyi. Fortune is separate ate good separate. Mbuwanyirira kabaka muli. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neagare. All to do, life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, neagare. Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza. Eyesiga Mukama, osaba kufa. I'm succeeding, leading, exceeding. We are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Bad, yoga, I make money, neagare. All to do, life is financially simplified. Bad, yoga, make money, neagare. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katubuuba. Katonde abawaye atuma. Nonsense, mugira mukolima. Emmoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali. Bakuyita Richard Wakabi. Oli wealthy wizard Malanga. Fortune is separate. Wakolamu, wachikuba, wamalayo. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neagare. All to do, life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, neagare. What does it in ero fuga tozole ya muntu munno jakuwa. Toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga. Wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga. Bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde. Bakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealthy wizard kyomanyi. Fortune is separate ate good separate. Mbuwanyirira kabaka muli. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neagare. All to do, life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, neagare. Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza. Eyesiga Mukama, osaba kufa. I'm succeeding, leading, exceeding. We are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neagare. All to do, life is financially simplified. Big bad, ojoga, make money, weyagale. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu, TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi, pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo, iPhone yefoni ebirala telefoni, flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba, Katonde abawaye atuma. Nonsense, mugira mukolima. Imoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi, the night is still young, wait up, pop more champagne, ngenda Maldives ku breakfast, tewali bakuyita Richard Wakabi, oli wealthy wizard, malanga, fortune is separate, wakolamu, wachikuba, wamalayo, Big anti-money bags nze abimala, Big bad, njoga, I make money, neyagale, oli to do, life is financially simplified, Big bad, ojoga, make money, weyagale. What does it in fuga tozole ya muntu munno jakuwa toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde bakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealthy wizard kyekyomanyi fortune is separate ate good separate mbuwanyirira kabaka mweyo anti-money bags nze abimala Big bad, njoga, I make money, neyagale oli to do, life is financially simplified, Big bad, ojoga, make money, weyagale mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza eyesiga mukama osaba kofa. I'm succeeding, the leading, hate to see me, we are winning. Anti-money bags nze abimala, Big bad, njoga, I make money, neyagale, oli to do, life is financially simplified, Big bad, ojoga, make money, weyagale. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu, TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi, pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo, iPhone yefoni ebirala telefoni, flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba, Katonde abawaye atuma. Nonsense, mugira mukolima. Imoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi, the night is still young, wait up, pop more champagne, ngenda Maldives ku breakfast, tewali bakuyita Richard Wakabi, oli wealthy wizard, malanga, fortune is separate, wakolamu, wachikuba, wamalayo, anti-money bags nze abimala, Big bad, njoga, I make money, neyagale, oli to do, life is financially simplified, Big bad, ojoga, make money, weyagale. What does it in fuga tozole ya muntu munno jakuwa toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde bakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealthy wizard kyekyomanyi fortune is separate ate good separate mbuwanyirira kabaka mweyo anti-money bags nze abimala Big bad, njoga, I make money, neyagale oli to do, life is financially simplified, Big bad, ojoga, make money, weyagale mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza eyesiga mukama osaba kofa. I'm succeeding, the leading, hate to see me, we are winning. Anti-money bags nze abimala, Big bad, njoga, I make money, neyagale, oli to do, life is financially simplified, Big bad, ojoga, make money, mweyagale. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde yabawaye atuma. Nonsense, mugira mukolima. Imoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali. Bakuyita Richard Wakabi. Oli wealth wizard Malanga. Fortune is separate. Wakolamu, wachikuba, wamalayo. Nipon, anti-money bags in Zabimala. Nipon, yoga, I make money, neyagare. All to do, life is financially simplified. Nipon, yoga, make money, neyagare. What does it in ero fuga totole ya muntu munno jakuwa. Toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga. Wena togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga. Bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde. Bakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealth wizard kyekyomanyi. Fortune is separate ate God separate. Mbuwanyirira kabaka muyut. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Nipad, yoga, I make money, neyagare. All to do, life is financially simplified. Nipad, yoga, make money, neyagare. Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza. Eyesiga Mukama, osaba kofa. I'm succeeding, the leading, hate to see me. We are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Nipad, yoga, I make money, neyagare. All to do, life is financially simplified. Nipad, yoga, make money, neyagare. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde yabawaye atuma. Nonsense, mugira mukolima. Imoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali. Bakuyita Richard Wakabi. Oli wealth wizard Malanga. Fortune is separate. Wakolamu, wachikuba, wamalayo. Nipon, anti-money bags in Zabimala. Nipon, yoga, I make money, neyagare. All to do, life is financially simplified. Nipon, yoga, make money, neyagare. What does it in ero fuga totole ya muntu munno jakuwa. Toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga. Wena togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga. Bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde. Bakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealth wizard kyekyomanyi. Fortune is separate ate God separate. Mbuwanyirira kabaka muyut. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Nipad, yoga, I make money, neyagare. All to do, life is financially simplified. Nipad, yoga, make money, neyagare. Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza. Eyesiga Mukama, osaba kofa. I'm succeeding, the leading, hate to see me. We are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are we doing? Did you enjoy your lunch? Okay, so we are going for our next session. The facilitators are going to continue later from 2 to 3 for the remaining teams. Paul is ready to take on.
Hi everyone. So how are the projects going? Are you guys managing on the technical side? That's good. I heard some yeses. Okay, so in this session, we're going to focus on business. How to think about, how to think about creating a business or solving a business problem, and how Mojaloop can help you with that. So let's just dive in. So, in building a business, one of the first things you need to do is you need to find a problem that is worth solving. So, what do I mean by a problem? Is something that isn't working in society, something that's broken, something that's expensive, difficult, something that's hard to do. It's something that's causing people pain. They don't like it. They're uncomfortable with it. It's a problem. And then, if you find a problem that is worth solving, then, there's a book I like a lot. It's called Fall in Love with the Problem, Not the Solution. And it's really good advice about how to design products. And essentially, it's so as developers and technologists, and you start building your solution that you think is amazing, and often you get too tied to that solution, and then you get stuck in a niche around that solution. Whereas in fact, what you need to understand is the problem that you're solving. And you need to actually spend a lot of time understanding that problem, understanding the impact of the problem, and also how to solve that problem. And in other words, if you need to fall in love with the problem, not your solution. So when it comes time to, when your solution no longer fixes the problem, or there's a better solution to fix that problem, then you should be willing to jump to a new solution. Because what's important is the problem you're solving. Okay, so, and it's all about finding product market fit. So what we mean by product market fit is a way to solve the problem so that it works for whoever you're solving it for, and in such a way that they're willing to spend some money on it. Because we want to make money out of a business. So it might be saving them money, but they're also spending the money on it. So because you need a business plan, you need a plan on how to make money, and it doesn't mean you need to be greedy about it. You can be realistic about it, but you do need to pay for your organization and your tools and your skills that you're building up. So product market fit is all about that. It's about finding a problem in the market that is worth something to solve. People are willing to spend money on you fixing it, and then you need to fix it. You need to give them a solution. And if you can get this right, then your startup or your business or your extension to your existing company will be a success. So I thought it might be a good idea to talk about problems, because that's where your business should start, is what problems are there that you're trying to solve. And I know a lot of you guys already are solving problems, but I thought I'd just elaborate on some of the problems I've been seeing. So I'm fairly new to Uganda, first time to Uganda. I'm enjoying it so far. So the Ugandan fintech market is new to me, but I've been learning a lot. So I've got some ideas, but I don't know them all. You guys know the market better, and if you talk to other people in the market and get more ideas, you will find out more than I know. Okay. But from the discussions I've had so far, it looks like there's lots of problems. Biggest one is cost. I've put a high-level sketch up here. Don't read too much into it. But DFSP 1, DFSP 2. To spend money through, let's say, mobile money, you've got to go to an agent and upload some cash. That's potentially costly, and then it's okay to transfer that money to other mobile money. That's not expensive at all, except if you want to pay money in another network. Then either it's not supported at all or it's costly. And if you want to run a company as a DFSP, there's lots of regulation that come along with that. And the regulation is costly. So not only the costs in your team, but also the costs that you need to pay the regulator to get approved and evaluated. And there's also, so let's say if you wanted to do bulk payments as well, so you needed to pay a whole lot of people, that's slow. It takes time to upload each of the details and move it along. So there's a lot of pain points here. Although it's a good system, you know, it does work, but there are points that make it difficult for the man in the street and the customers and some of your clients. And those are the things that you need to be concentrating on and building solutions for. Okay, and haven't even got into cross-border and cross-currency. I don't know how much of that is here, but that's also very expensive at the moment. I think in first world countries, the cost of doing Forex is in the low percentages, like 1 or 2%. In Africa, it's more like 10, which is ridiculous. Okay, so find a problem. That's where you start. So what does the level 1 project in Mojaloop offer? And there's some good things. There's these principles, because they're designed to remove cost. They actually very well aligned for new businesses. And I think you guys understand that because you've been talking about it throughout the week. But it's not just that. Lowering the cost is one aspect of it. The other one is with Mojaloop, if you meet the requirements, you do get a seat at the table. So Mojaloop, it's designed so it can include many organizations and connect them together, so it doesn't try and stop people joining. So if you meet the criteria to join, you're allowed to join. Because keeping the costs low and keeping the risks manageable are the two key things in Mojaloop, and the fact that organizations are fairly treated as equal based on the use cases they support. So obviously if you don't support bulk, then you can't be treated the same as other bulk supporting organizations, but that's where the discrimination is. It's on what you provide, or the solution that you provide, which is exactly where it should be. Okay, so the business case for PISP, because this hackathon is concentrated on PISP, why is that important? So third-party payment-initiated services, by separating this out and allowing institutions to connect as fintechs into Mojaloop, what that does is it's decoupling all the responsibilities associated with owning and managing an account. So remember in the previous view, on the DFSP, I said there's a whole lot of regulation and costs associated with that regulation. That is true. It's very tightly regulated and it's very, very expensive. And what PISP does is it allows you to become an expert in payments without needing to worry about all the costs and expenses that come along with owning accounts. So you can do the two separately. You can be an account holder at DFSP, or you can be a payment expert. Really, so that's what it's all about. So it enables fintechs to become experts in payments without all the baggage of needing to be a DFSP. So there's less regulation, there's lower costs, there's the same controls for payments. So you have the same controls. The flows that we got on the PISP are very similar to the discovery and the agreement and the transfers. So you got the same touch points. And the other thing is each transaction is separately authenticated, so it is in fact secure. And that level of authentication is configurable and designed by the system and the software. You could make that two-factor authentication, in which case it's probably the most secure payment method around. Okay, so solving your problem, achieving product market fit. So achieving product market fit is a journey. It's not, you're not going to find it right in the beginning. But it's important to get out there with a solution and test that your solution in the market. So you solving a problem for your customers, you got to make sure you are solving it, you know, and that there aren't hiccups along the way, and that it does actually fix the problem that they're encountering. And you also got to test that they're willing to trust you and use your solution and maybe even pay you money for it, depending on what your business model is. So all of those concepts need to be tested, and the best way to do it is to get out into the market, start talking to people. And sometimes when you test these, you can do it with an interview, and sometimes you need it with a product, depending on what you're doing. And you need a prototype out there, and you need to show people so that they can understand how it works, and you can build on it and iterate on it and make it better. So you need to test your ideas and assumptions out there with the customers and adapt your solution with what you've learned. So some companies take years to get product market fit. And what they do until they do that is they get investors and finance, and they get people to believe in the idea, and then finally they get them. One of those examples is Amazon. One of the biggest companies in the world today. It makes more money than most countries, and for 10 years they didn't have proper product market fit. They didn't have a really good business. They lost money for 10 years. So sometimes this is a journey. Okay, so I thought I would talk about some of the use cases supported by Mojaloop, and I'm going to be concentrating on the payer-initiated use cases, which are the ones that are more aligned with PISP. But these are just high-level ones. I'm expecting your solutions to be way more innovative because you're fintechs. You don't have to stick with sort of traditional banking use cases. It can follow something completely different. But the idea behind going through these is just to share some of the well-documented use cases that are out there, and to see maybe how you can incorporate some of those into your applications. So the first one you know all about, the peer-to-peer. I don't think I need to spend too much time on that. Yeah, I don't think there's more to be said about peer-to-peer. But let's look at customer-initiated merchant payments. So here, the payer, often the payer is in the same vicinity as the payee. So you walk up to a shop and a store, and you've chosen some goods, now you want to pay for them. So this is typically how Google Pay works, or Apple Pay, and they could have a QR code. So QR code is quite a common way to do it. So the merchant might have a QR code, and you, if you've got a smartphone, you can just take a photograph of it and then make the payment. Or it could have a similar mechanism with a number that you type in on a USSD phone, feature phone. So they're normally in the same vicinity, and it's funny enough, this is the same use case that you use for online shopping. You go to a vendor and you ask to pay, to make a payment. So that use case is supported. And then we've got customer-initiated cash out. So you go and on your phone, you go to a vendor and you speak to them, and they say you want to cash out, and then you do it from your mobile device, and you initiate that cash out using the PISP. And then agent-initiated cash in would also work. So you've got some cash and you're doing a deposit, and the agent's initiating it. So yeah, so you can do cash in or cash out. We are limited in the PISP because of the trust mechanism and how the accounts are set up, that it is payer initiated. So the person who's doing the paying needs to be the one who initiates the payment. And then, of course, we've got bulk payments. Now this is not something that's existing yet on PISP, but it's something that we're working on. Bulk payments is supported inside as DFSPs, but we're certainly going through a process of extending PISP to handle bulk payments, so that you can use PISP to pay salaries, for example. So if you've got you've just got a startup and you've got 20 people working for you and you need to pay them, then you can use the PISP mechanism to make that payment. Okay, that's all the slides I've got actually. Are there any questions? So, quick recap. Start with the problems. Make sure it's a good problem you're solving, and then find that product market fit for it. Okay, I think we actually ending quite early. Sorry? I'm finished. Yeah, and it's a little. Sorry.
are there automated callbacks?
Automated callbacks when PISP?
Yes.
What exactly do you mean by an automated callback?
For example, if the agent initiates a payment to the DSSP, and then the payee does the payment, okay, the confirmation, instead of you calling the other endpoint, they simply send you that, yeah, they have received the payment. Something like that.
Yeah. So the whole FSPIOP API has got callbacks built into them. So, so yes, there are callbacks and notification, and because otherwise, as a payee DFSP, how do you get told that a payment's coming in? So, so yes. So, there are quite clever things about the merge loop API. One of them is it's completely symmetrical. So as a DFSP talking to the hub, it looks exactly the same as a hub talking to a DFSP, or in fact you can take the hub out the middle and you can put two DFSPs together. And it works in two directions. So there's the outgoing calls, and then we've got callbacks coming back in. And part of the onboarding process as a PISP and a DFSP is you need to register your callbacks locations so that it can configure them and then call them appropriate. So there's a whole class of APIs that get triggered through the callbacks. So as a DFSP, there's a general rule. All the callbacks come as put calls. So if you read the API, the get and the post are all going out, but everything coming back is a put, and so put calls are all callbacks back into the DFSP, and we have all our errors come back in callbacks, but also every single phase API call going out has got a put callback. So let me talk through the discovery. We have a get parties API call, and that goes out to the hub, and then a get parties call is made to the payee DFSP. So they need to have an endpoint that does a get parties call. Then the payee DFSP does a put callback back to the hub, and the hub does a put callback back to the payer DFSP. So there's a whole mechanism with calls going out and calls coming back. Yeah. So absolutely, it's full of callbacks.
Well, my question is, I'm trying to think this. I don't know whether I'm right or wrong. Before Moja Loop, so for example, if I want to send money from Airtel to MTN, like there is a bilateral connection between the two companies. So you as Moja Loop, if there is a switch that is reducing that implies that the companies are not going to give themselves the money they were giving, like the revenue charging each other. You're going to take the revenue, and will that revenue be a reduced cost, or we the users shall have to pay to Moja Loop, MTN, and Airtel? I don't know whether I'm clear.
Yes, I think so. So there are there's a process flow that we call clearing, and that happens at time of transfer. So when a transfer happens, then the clearing, and that's immediate clearing. The money gets given and cleared to the payee. So the person who's receiving the money gets the money and they can spend it. But what about the organizations that hold it? So the payer organization put up some capital, which we call sort of liquidity, in order to be able to transact and send money through the switch. And during the transfer, we mark off how much money they sent, and we don't allow them to send more than the money they put up. Okay, so effectively, they after the transfer, they obliged to pay the other organization the money. Now how that happens is in another process we call inside Mojaloop settlement. So settlement happens once a day, and that is when the two organizations, so let's say we did, Mojaloop does allow transfer of monies between the two. So let's say the transfer happened between the two, it's cleared immediately. During clearing time, we mark the ledgers to say that that DFSP owes money to the other DFSP. So this DFSP now owes money to that DFSP. When are they going to pay it? And the answer is at least once a day. Once a day, we go through a clearing mechanism where what's commonly implemented is a deferred net settlement, and really after the end of day's transactions, some of them going in this direction, some of them going in that direction, some of them going to other DFSPs, they work out the net amount of money that needs to move between all the different players to settle, so that nobody owes nobody. Everyone's paid what they owed. And that happens during the settlement flow process. So that's how we balance it at the end of the day. So everyone owes everyone. But how do fees work? Fees are, we had some fee questions beforehand. There's lots of different ways of doing fees. And they can be included in the transfer or excluded from the transfer and paid separately, and there can be a fee connected to the hub, or there can be a fee that you transfer that you pay the other organization on the other side as part of that transfer. So there's a question: is it paid as part of the obligation, or is it paid as part of another mechanism? So those are the two different types, and then all parties can have a fee, but they need it to be agreed to by the scheme. So the DFSP could have a fee. That DFSP could also have a fee, and so could the hub. So that's the idea, and so it's a very flexible implementation. Really, and the details on those fees and how they're structured is part of how the scheme rules and structure around the scheme is designed. So a scheme is really a collection of organizations getting together to solve a business use case to provide a use case to customers. So in that collection of people, there needs to be agreement between the parties, and part of that agreement would make sure that they cover their costs in an appropriate way, so that they're happy to participate in that scheme. So it's important that we do talk about fees, but really there are no rules. Anything is possible.
Well, I've gotten it, but then what I want to ask, you're going to charge the fees according to the fees that were implemented between them or amongst them, not to exceed, to go in for Mojaloop instead of remaining their bilateral connections, so that the fees remain the same, and you also earn using their fees.
I think I've understood you correctly. Basically, Mojaloop cares about the fees that involve the parts in Mojaloop. If you're a payer, let's say you're an agent and you charge a fee, and the fee is removed before the money that's transferred, then it's not part of Mojaloop. I think that's what you're saying. So then the fee's outside of it, and nor is it passed on through Moja Loop. It is just collected. You need to pay that fee in order to be able to send the transaction, and then that service will be added on. Yes, that is absolutely possible. Where Moja Loop cares about the fees is when there's an agreement between the two different parties to saying, if you're sending money, let's say there's two mobile money organizations and they're sending mobile money from one organization to the other one, they might want a fee for providing liquidity in their network, because they make their money on the cash out. And they pay money on the cash in, so they might want to recover those costs. So then there would be an agreement between the FSPs that they would charge a certain fee as money moves between the two different networks. Did I answer your question? Okay, good.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I went through the Moja repositories, like most of them, Central Ledger, ML adapters, PS, account lookup services, and most of them. So when I was trying to look, one of them I would use for my issues, I realized that, well, first of all, they are not basic. They have microservices, cars, and a lot of it, which is not really easy for someone who is doing a startup here. In Uganda, you have little money, little resources to be able to manage. So I was like, is there a way one can be able to find at least a deployed API so that you don't have to now carry the burden for maintenance? Because even if one would be an expert, really maintaining those kind of issues in the beginning of a startup is not an easy thing. So is there a deployed API so that one can be able to use in the form of API or some sort of SDK? There is one I saw, but it's so much behind things which are on Moja Lipo. You find there are those which are so far behind on the SDK. I think it's developed by the community. There are a lot of features that Moja Loop has that the SDK doesn't have. So I was like, is there any deployed API that one can be able to use APIs instead of having to deploy a project which has a lot of complexity that are not easy to maintain?
So running a switch is complicated, unfortunately. And you're right, when you start looking at the detail, there's a lot of components and a lot that needs to be learned. The community does help with that learning cycle, though, and there are lots of different ways of running it. Simplifying it, there are components that you can run on their own. You don't have to put them all together, so there is some level of simplification that you can do. You might want to look at the testing harness, which is a Docker Compose version of it, and it's got profiles. And if you run it for particular profiles, let's say you wanted the ALS only, you can, using the profile, just launch all the microservices that are relevant to the ALS. So that might be a good way to do it. In terms of sort of helping your business, why do you want to run a hub, or do you want to connect into a hub?
Well, for my case was like, I wanted to extract some of the features that it offers, like use cases. So I tried a ML testing toolkit. I tried the newer version, which is a core harness. So the ML testing toolkit, both of them, they actually require at least a computer of at least 16 GB RAM to be able to boot up Docker images, and you know that it has it. So, and another issue was like, it only now if I use it as an API, that means it's running locally. When I am running it locally on my computer, there is no way now I can now deploy a project that is using it in form of API. So that was my issue.
Yeah, so it is an open source project, which means the way it progresses is by what the community needs, and when people build things in the community, they often then donate what they built back into the open source. So it's not like a normal product where you can just choose a piece and then it works exactly the way you want it. So which is why it's quite complicated, and there's lots of different elements of it. It's because there's lots of different people who needed different things and put them all together. So the quickest way to use Mojaloop is to align yourself with what someone else did. So if someone else did something like that and then they had a way of deploying it, you can just use it in the same way and it will work. The other approach is you can take elements of the design or the thinking or the flow and try and include it yourself. But there is going to be some knowledge building up. And you're right about the machines. Right now they require quite a lot of memory. But there is also a big effort ongoing right now to try and make sure that it doesn't require memory going forward. So work, time and effort needs to go in to really understand that and study that and make it possible. So I know Kafka sounds complicated, and to some, I suppose in some ways it is, but the beauty behind why we use Kafka is because the mechanism, the underlying technical mechanism that it operates is very simple, very straightforward and very fast and pretty reliable. So that's one of the difficulties with taking on Mojaloop is there's lots of different technologies to learn and master. So if you don't want to do that, the easiest way to do that is to use standardized components that people have built. If you want to pick and choose parts of it and build up your own solution, it's going to require deeper understanding and time and effort. But the community is quite helpful. So so if you run into questions or have some technical problems, you know, ask them on the Slack. You often get those answers. But I'm really interested that you're trying out what you're trying out. It shows interest, definitely.
Well, I'm suggesting if it's possible, because for you, may I try to run it? I went through all the courses of Mojaloop, like all the courses that are on learn.mojaloop.io, all of them, I finished them. At least I know most of like the use cases, what could help me. Where I was halted was when I realized that hosting, like it, as you spoke of, like how would I, if it was possible that it was hosted, that I would simply use it in this form of API, Mojaloop, would have made a lot of work easier for me, instead of having now to get the thing and start to deploy it for myself, because you know very well it's not cheaper on those platforms. So I said, now, as a startup that is just scratching, you can't even afford, you know, as you know, you have big funds, you know. So, and again, a startup, you need to move a lot quicker than usual. So I realized that it would have taken me more time. Though I realized it has a lot of very many useful things. Is there a way that you can host it that people, we can just pick up an API endpoints and we try how to go around that?
Okay. So I work for Infotechs, and so we help contribute to Mojaloop, but I'm not in the hosting game, so that's not something I do. But I know the Mojaloop Foundation do that. They do host a sandbox, a fintech sandbox, and if people ask to get connection to that sandbox, then they do give them the right credentials and allow them to connect into it. So yes, it is done, but you got to ask for it. They're not going to find you, and it's costly for them to do. So they need to understand what you're trying to do and why you're trying to do it, and then they will support you. So I do think there are ways of getting that done. I would call out to the Mojlu Foundation and Paul Macon or any of those guys from the foundation on the site and ask them for what you need. They're there to help facilitate you and make that work.
Yeah, thank you very much. And finally, I would like a request that if it is possible to talk to them also, if we can be inspired by. Of recent, I was watching some fintech in Mexico, which was facilitating money, the transfer of money from USA to Mexico, that deployed it. It inspired me. So I was thinking, is there a way they can make more public companies that are using Mojaro, because it's an open source, and they should at least have the credit to be able to pronounce that, so that we'll be able to learn from their use cases and how they're using it, so that can, increase the usability of it. That was my last request.
We are trying the hardest we can to do that. You're 100% right. More big public implementations. There are a few. I think TIPS in Tanzania uses Mojloop. So there are some big commercial ones out there. I know WinePay use it in I don't know all of the sites that are using it, but there are a few. Listen, getting a switch approved and with the correct regulation is a journey. It doesn't just start. So the PCH guys or the Mexican guys for the cross-border remittance, they on that journey, but there's a lot of hurdles they need to go through first. Similarly, WinePay, they're still trying to get regulatory approval, I think. What might be worthwhile is if you go to our website, infotex.com, we've got a whole lot of blogs there. One of those blogs is about the journey you go on to building a hub. Because you've got to understand the scale of what needs to happen and the engagement that you've got to have with the people. In fact, you worried about the technology, and in fact the technology is the easiest part to solve. The hard part is the regulation and the politics around it. And if you can solve that, then the technology is easy. And if you can show that you're solving it, then people will give you money to be able to host it and run it. So you wouldn't have the problem with with paying for sandboxes and sort of test environments. So I think go and have a look because it's a big journey. It's not the small one. So what we're hoping in this hackathon is to show how you can connect into payment engines using PISP. That's very different from running a hub or a switch, and there's a lot more work involved. And I'm glad you're thinking along those lines because it shows you're ambitious, and that's why it's open source, is that people can do exactly what you're thinking about. So I'm excited about it and how you're thinking about it. But I think go and have a look at that journey that we've laid out that you need to start thinking about because it's not just the technology. In fact, the technology is the easiest part.
Finally, I want to send thanks to your friend Miguel. He really helped me understand a few things when I had issues. I learned into him and he really helped me. When you meet him, tell him thanks. You really was useful.
Sorry, I didn't hear the name.
Miguel.
Oh, Miguel.
Miguel.
Miguel. Okay, brilliant. No, Miguel. That I was on a call with him earlier. So we talk all the time.
Greetings to him.
I'll pass on your thanks. Great. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Zawja. What are the challenges of creating interoperability in Mojaro? What challenges did you face?
The challenges. When you say interoperability, are you talking about the whole switch itself, or are you talking about people connecting into the switch?
Yeah, people connecting.
Connecting in. The biggest challenge is actually is onboarding them with the full security. So it's not something that we covered here. That's why we asked you to build your integration behind an SDK scheme adapter. And the reason is at the moment that's the easiest way for us to add in the security. So to manually configure the security certificates is a 200-step process. And if you make one mistake, it doesn't work. And you've got to redo it every couple of days. So for that reason, we have a piece of software that automates it. I think that's one of the hardest parts. The other one is when you design your integration. So often, you guys are startups, so you might be a little bit different. But often most organizations, if they're DFSP, they've already got a back-end piece of software with accounts in it that are banking. And now we're trying to integrate the two elements together. So to design that integration so that there are no errors, or if there's a failure, that you don't end up with a situation where you've given out money and you're not going to be receiving it. So you got to make sure that your integration is done really well, and you handle all the error cases and testing around your integrations. So those are probably the hardest things. But we've got a really good tool set around supporting people doing that. We use the TTK, and we've got a whole lot of test sets. And you can test it locally and make sure it's right before you then scale it up and connect it into a sandbox or a more productionized system with full security. But I would say that's probably the challenge.
Yes, hello again. My name is Vianney, and I'm building Sianese. So at Sianese, we are building technologies that help people invest their money. You said something that I picked interest in the most. It was to do with market fit. See, me and my teammates are trying to push Sianese towards market fit. So I would like to tap into your experience. I would like to tap into your expertise. As someone that has been developing tech products for the last many years, what is this one metric you would look at and say, we have got to market fit? Considering the fact that just the mere fact that you are pre-revenue, it doesn't necessarily mean, post-revenue, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are market fit, right? Yeah, so I would like to tap into your experience.
Yes, you're assuming that in all the startups I've been in that I've actually achieved product market fit. So it's a hard thing to get right. I think when you've got it right, you spend a lot less time trying to sell your software or your product. People start hearing about it from word of mouth, and they tell each other, look at this, you got to use this piece of software because it solves this problem for you. When that starts to happen, then you've achieved product market fit. And how investors like to see it is, they call it hockey stick growth. And because when you look at your growth number curves, it's suddenly, it's flat and smooth, and then it turns like a hockey stick and goes straight up. And that's what all investors want to see. And it basically means that the product that you provided has become viral it's no longer you who's driving the product, it's the market that's driving it. They love it. Now, that doesn't mean that's the only product market fit. There are others. That's the one everyone likes to see. Often what happens is you end up with a steady growth, and the growth seems to balance quite well with your costs. And you tend to, for years, not make much money at all. And you can get stuck in that environment. You can get stuck in a place where you are successful, but you're not very successful. You know, your product's growing, so you're happy, you're paying the bills, but you're struggling month to month. And I think if you are in one of those situations, you've got to recognize that maybe I've got to change something fundamentally to find that better product market fit where people are excited about the offering that I've got, and I start seeing that growth escalate. So we are technologists, which means that our solutions can be copied and sort of expanded that way. So one of the key metrics is, well, as a product, as someone trying to build a product, you can also fall into the mode of actually being a service company. In other words, every client that you've got, you customize the solution for them, and then you don't actually end up having a product. You end up sort of redesigning solutions for those companies. So what you want to do is to make sure that you do provide a standardized solution that can be scaled out. One of the good indications, I've heard this metric before, you're not a software development company unless you've got more than a certain percentage annual recurring income. And if you achieve that, then you can start to think of yourself as a software company. Before that number, you're definitely a service company. So if you're building all the time and you don't have something that reoccurs, some sort of cost that reoccurs, then you're probably not a software development company in the strictest sense. Does that resonate with you in some way? Okay. I know being in the market, selling software services is a tough business.
Yes. Hello. My name is Sejay Rashid, and from Team Opportunity. Okay, so I have a couple of questions. Starting from, like, you said, like there is some cost, like that you can charge the third parties. Is it the DFSP? Yeah. So, and also you said that Mojarup is completely open source. So, if it's open source, like, can someone somehow like find a loophole and maybe create a clone of Mojarup for it with no costs at all? Like, how do you overcome that scenario? Because if it's open source, I believe that can be like somehow like overcame. Right? So, and the other question is, like, there are some third parties. Okay, there are Mojarup works on top of third parties. Like, can you help list all those third parties? And also, like, is there any online documentation that clearly shows how those third parties can be integrated? Finally, like, I believe maybe you might have talked about this sometime, but like, can Mojarup work without these third parties? Like, can it work just when it's completely Mojarup? Yeah, that's it.
Just a quick question on your question. When you say third parties, who do you mean? Like
I think they are the DFSPs. Like
DFSPs are the bank institutions.
Okay, like in the like when you're integrating it like Moja Loop into an application, like there's a point where they say like the link to the third party, something like that, and you have to provide the link. I remember last time we talked about Google, something like that.
Okay, like Google Pay or third-party payment initiated. Okay.
So now the list of those and like any proper online documentation that shows how they can be integrated.
Okay. I've now forgotten your first question. Maybe I'll answer the second two then. So third-party payment initiated services, the PISP, requires the DFSPs to be connected. So you got to have a merge loop switch, and you got to have these organizations connected and involved before the PISP can leverage their business model. Because what the PISP does is it asks the DFSP to make the payment. So if they're not there, there's no one to ask. So it's like a request to pay. I'm requesting you to make the payment. I've got permission, and here's my authorization to make a payment from this person's account to that person's account. That's what the PISP flow is all about. So you got to have the banks connected. The banks and the mobile money and the MFIs and all the different financial institutions who have accounts. So Merge Loop doesn't work unless there are institutions connected that have accounts. And PISP is a way to open that network up to other players. Example of those third party, we don't have too many real world examples of PISP, but I don't know of any that are live, but on Merge Loop, but I know of sort of world equivalents to them. I think MTN, MoMo API, they've got a PISP link. I know Google Pay, Apple Pay. There's so many different pays nowadays, but it's become a bit of a trend. So there's a lot of organizations that can initiate a payment. What we haven't seen are the smaller organizations getting involved. For instance, having a WhatsApp payment bot would work as a PISP. You're using WhatsApp, and then what happens if you could just send money in WhatsApp? So a WhatsApp payment bot would be an example use case of implementation of a PISP. So I don't know if we do have an online resource about the different companies, but I'll look out for one. Then you had a question about open source and fees. I do remember my first question, your first question. So the way the fees work inside Merge Loop is they not part of Merge Loop. So Merge Loop has got the mechanism to implement the fees and pass the messages across, but they're not specifically implemented. The implementation happens on the DFSPs and how they build their integrations, and on the PISP. So the fee is not part of the Merge Loop switch. The Merge Loop handles the brokering of the fees. There is an element where the Merge Loop can set up a fee, but it's not part of the open source code. It's a rules engine that calculates the fees that gets loaded up into the system. So what you're saying can't happen because the mechanism can't happen. But I think that's not the point. The point is what you're trying to make is, because it's open source, is it not vulnerable to people coming in and making changes that could then compromise the whole system? So Mojaloop has got a lot of checks and balances and CI checks and testing and release processes that are put in place, along with a set of governance models and down to the code level. So the reason why that can't happen is because of the governance that's been built into the Mojaloop system. So the more you work with it, and if you try and make a contribution into code, you will find that you're blocked. You can't. There's CI checks that are likely to fail, and you've got to get, you need to go through a code review with the code owner of the repo. So you need to sit on a meeting with him and talk through his code, or GitHub have a way of doing it offline, so it doesn't have to be a meeting. You upload your PR and you request to get it merged in. Someone will review it and make comments. Why is that there? Why is this here? Please remove that. I like this here. Sort of make comments to ensure that the code coming into the repository is in fact aligned with the ideals of Mojaloop and the repository. So there are checks and balances. So although it's open sourced, it's not open for hackers. Okay.
Yeah, the last question was that, like, can Mojaloop work without those third parties? Like, can it work without them completely?
Without DFSPs?
No, like the Google Pay, the Apple Pay.
Yes, yeah. So you can do in the same way that we've done in the hackathon, where you've got 3 different calls to process a transfer. We got a very similar view for a DFSP. So a DFSP has got an SDK that can be implemented, and it's a straight call that's send money. Send money, this is where it needs to go to, and the SDK manages the 3-phase transfer and all the error callbacks and gives you the result of that transfer. So yes, DFSPs can do that. And PISP is a slightly more complicated flow than the DFSP. But the reason why it's important is DFSPs need to go through regulation. And for startups, they can be quite costly. So, and we know that some startups trying to get that regulation in Uganda have struggled, which is why we're thinking that PISP might be the way to unlock that innovation, to get more organizations connecting in. But as a DFSP, you would be running, you would have to have accounts, you would have to have a sort of a back-end banking software, and in fact, Mifos is an open-sourced version of that. So you could download sort of a Mifos back-end banking engine and connect it into the system, and there are standardized connections that connect into Mojaloop. So yes, you don't need PISPs. We do believe that PISP is the great multiplier. You know, if we have lots of people innovating and coming up with useful solutions that are solving people's problems living in an area, we think that that's going to drive the market massively. So the reason why we're doing the hackathon on that one is because we feel like it's more appropriate for this group of entrepreneurs. Okay, are there any more questions? Great.
How does the Mojaloop hub handle transaction? How does the Mojaloop hub handle transaction reconciliation and settlement between different parties?
how does it manage the settlement? So there's, we actually cover this in some of those training courses. So it might do a better description of it than I do. The most common used settlement model is a deferred net settlement. Okay, and it sounds like a whole lot of different words and complicated, but it's not really. Deferred means it's not done at the time of the transaction, it's done later. Net means we don't do a transfer for each transfer. We only send the balance transfers between the organizations. So that's what net means. So, and then settlement is just the mechanism. So once a day we find out the net balances between all the different parties, and then we transfer the money more closely to the actual mechanism. So each transfers get allocated to a window, and then you can then close a window, and then it opens up a new window, and all the new transfers go into that window. So you can sort of batch all your transfers together in windows. You can then group a whole lot of windows together and say, I want to settle all these windows. So you can choose all the windows for the last 24 hours, and you begin the settlement process. Once you've then created a settlement against a series of windows, you then generate a report. And that report has got details of all the transfers, but then also the net settlement amounts. Those settlement amounts then get, it can be done automatically, but in the beginning it's often just done manually. So it's loaded into a spreadsheet and emailed off to the settlement bank. And the settlement bank will have the account number, person account number, how much money they need to get, you know, and then they do the transfers between all the different participants, and they make sure that settlement happens. And then, so once the settlement bank has completed that settlement flow, then they send back a report as to what actually happened and what the final balances are. And then that report then gets uploaded back into Mojaloop again, and then the liquidity positions are adjusted to match what's in the account, and it also marks all the transfers as settled and completed. So it's fairly manual. We do envisage that over time, if a settlement integration is built, so in other words, instead of emailing lists, there was a back-end API and configuration with the settlement bank, then you could actually settle immediately, and the system could settle automatically, and then do automatic reconciliation. And if that is possible, then you don't have to do it once a day. You can do it every 5 minutes, which means if you're an organization and you've just received a whole lot of money, even your organization will get the money, will get the money pretty soon. Okay, are there any other questions?
Thank you. Could you give us like a real life example of what's happening in that diagram using known DFSPs like MTN or Airtel? Because I assume like most of our products are centered around those DFSPs, but I really can't I even don't know who will be the agent when we are implementing our solution.
That's something I'm not particularly good at. So I'll tell you what I was thinking about when I put it together. I don't know how realistic it is. For instance, this could be MTM, mobile money, and this could be Airtel, and this one could be an agent, a cash-in agent on the side of the road. But it doesn't have to be. Are there any other questions? Did I answer your question? Okay, I think we're done. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Paul. Let us give him a round of applause again. So Paul has really tried. He takes time to prepare these presentations to try and simplify them, and he's really done his best. I hope that you're now somewhere with Mojaloop. Are you? Yeah? I want an energetic yes or no. Are you somewhere with Mojaloop? Okay, that's better. So the facilitators are going to continue with the teams that they had not seen. Those that they have seen and have told you what to do, kindly correct, make corrections, improve, yeah, use that time to do that. Now, I would like to mention that we are in a hackathon, we are learning. We have facilitators who are guiding us. They look at our solutions, they guide us, they are going to make suggestions, they are going to make recommendations, but they are not telling you to change. Now, that is up to you. You are the product owners, right? And as a product owner, you know what you want. You know what you designed, right? So they are going to advise you, they will suggest, they will recommend, but the final decision belongs to who? The final decision belongs to who? Yes. And don't worry about them that you have to do what they tell you. They are not the judges. Yes? Yeah, they are not the judges. Okay, then over to you, Cleopatra.
Hello, 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 hello. So, how are you doing? Hello, how are you? Are you fine? Really? So, Mastula is not fine. What's wrong? Yes. So we've not covered all the teams because we're running short of time. So for the teams that we've not been able to meet, you're going to find us at the back after the mentorship session. Okay? So right now we're going to talk about the MVP. Minimal viable product. What is an MVP? So I want us to read from the slides because I've observed that you guys are not reading the notes that we are sharing. How many people have bothered to look through the slides? Happy? No, not this one. The slides we've been sharing. Who reads them? Okay. So I need somebody, a volunteer, read straight from the screen. I want us to get this info the way it is so that you guys have a very clear and precise picture of what an MVP is. Because there was a lot of confusion about wireframes, mock-ups, and prototypes. And most of you have been presenting mock-ups. Okay? So the prototype has to have interactivity. I need to click that button, you've put the call to action, it should take me to a page, it should do this, it should do that. Okay? So your application or your website should be working to a certain degree. Okay? While the mock-ups were just the visual displays with arrows. This one should go here, and then this one goes to there, and then the wireframes were just simple structures with the X's and a box for images, and then you could do like curvy lines to show where text is supposed to go. Okay? So from the mock-up, when you're designing the system, you start with the mock-up. Then you go to the prototype. You people do it. It's just because you're not aware that you're doing it. Okay? You don't have it documented. And then from the mock-up, we go to the prototype. Okay? The prototype shows you the flow. You can be able to give somebody the demo on the phone, and you know, they're testing out the buttons that you've put and the links. Okay? And they are actually working. Now, when it comes to the MVP, we are testing functionality. Okay? If a debit is supposed to happen on, let's say, a digital wallet that you have in your application, is it actually happening? If you're crediting the wallet, is the money increasing in the wallet? Okay? Did you get the gist? That is now the MVP. Okay? Read.
Product is introduced in the market with basic features, but enough to get the attention of the consumers. The final product is released in the market only after getting sufficient feedback from the product's initial users.
Thank you. So it has only the core functionality that is good enough for you to take out there and you tell somebody, hey, I've been creating this app, and it's important for you to have certain customers that you've been engaging with, like your target group, so that at every design phase, you're getting feedback from them. Okay? So you could carry your laptop, you could carry your phone, Okay, even if it's a demo there, connect the phone, tell them, hey, this is what the application is supposed to look like. Get their feedback about the UI. Do you like the colors, the shape of the patterns? Are they too small? You know, are they too big? Is the text readable? Okay? Yeah, so it should be that functioning. Okay? So then you tell them, we want to test it out with this way. E-fuel, right? Right now, I want to call it an MVP. What is that core functionality that you are doing a demo for here? If you can just explain to the rest. Can she do it?
We were basically showing how the border rider is going to request for fuel and how they are going to be verified, what code they are going to, the OTP code they are going to receive. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So at the stage where they are ready to test their product with their target customer. Okay, they've gone beyond the prototype and have some bit of functionality. Okay, what is the goal? Read.
To reduce the strength, the length of time and resources spent on the product development cycles. To reduce the length of time and resources spent on product development cycles, and to figure out if a business model is viable early on.
Cool. Who wants to build an entire application from start to finish, take it out to the market, test it with the people they think they've developed it for, only to realize that it's actually not working? Diana, do you want to do that? Definitely not. How much time have you spent with BOPE, ideation, everything from up to this point? Like how much time? And resources, probably, roughly.
Well, lots of sleepless nights and hours and hours.
So it could take you 2 to 3 months or an entire month. You're designing, you're writing code, you're doing UI, UX, and it's just from assumption, okay? Or even if you've done engagement, you need to go back and test, okay? So the purpose of trying out with the MVP is you want to reduce all these significant costs in terms of time and money, okay? Some of you have to pay developers to write the code, okay? You're going to pay somebody, and at the end of the day, the app is going to be shelved. So we create MVPs so that you can quickly take them to the market, get feedback, and iterate, improve from what you've discovered from the market. Okay? Are we together? Yes, I want us to be so attentive to what an MVP should do. Approach, we have core functionality, minimum effort, and resources. Okay? And also, it's a learning vehicle. Okay? Learning vehicle because you have to iterate. Don't get comfortable with your solution. It has to change over time. Who remembers when WhatsApp started out? Okay? What features were there? Do you remember the basics?
Good afternoon. I remember there was messaging. There wasn't statuses. There wasn't, there weren't calls. Yeah.
Who else remembers? WhatsApp.
Another important one was the profile picture. Like if someone put you on their DP, it was a big deal because there was no status.
Okay, good. Who else remembers?
There was no community WhatsApp whereby you do groups and pull up the communities.
Nice. Who else remembers WhatsApp in its first stages of rollout? Anybody else?
There were no themes, like you could not change the theme to any colors that you wanted.
Good. So what I'm getting at here is that you can always improve your product, okay? It doesn't have to be picture perfect, but if you have the core functionality. So WhatsApp's core functionality was basically connecting people, and it has successfully done that. And now they have all these awesome add-ons, okay? That has also led to its acquisition by Meta, right? Same thing with Instagram, okay? They also started out with an MVP, Stripe. Stripe, the one that's used for payments, integrated by most companies overseas, okay? They also started out with an MVP, okay? Then there's also Airbnb. Who knows Airbnb? Airbnb, what does it do?
For Airbnb, you can like press an order for an apartment, a fully furnished house, anything all over the world.
Awesome. So Airbnb, which is a multi-billion company, started out with a very simple homepage or web page where they just had one image, some very minimal text, but guess what? It worked, okay? It worked. And right now, you can have an Airbnb anywhere in the world, okay? It started out in the States, right? Yeah, so core functionality. And their core functionality was basically getting people a home away from home. And that has stuck. Okay, they've done so many additions and all that to the services, but they've held on to the core functionality. Core functionality considerations. Who wants to read?
Identify the pain point you're trying to solve. Identify the main target audience, people who are feeling this pain and would be willing to pay for that solution. Focus on initial customer.
Okay, so I know at least from my circle of friends, someone might not have airtime, but they'll have data on their phone, so they can use WhatsApp. These days we even call using WhatsApp, right? So you don't have to have airtime. Okay? Yes. So it's because WhatsApp addressed a very significant pain point for people that right now they don't care if they have to spend a little more money. Okay? Because they know if I get data for my phone, I can text, I can call, I can view people's statuses, keep up with what they are doing, okay? Secretively, you can stalk people, don't do it, right? Yes. You can do that. So you get a whole lot more for what you're paying for compared to just putting, what do they call it? Airtime to call, eh? Okay? So there's a lot more they're offering. And we've already been through this process from day one. Problem statement. Identify the pain points. So this brings us to the core value preposition. And we are going to use this little template to help us craft the core value preposition for our MVP. Right? So it reads, the words in orange are what you're going to fill out, and I want you to do this now. Okay? Somebody in your team should start writing this out, because I'm going to ask you to read. I'm going to go through reading this. Product name provides, name the service. 2, the customers, name which customers in the culture environment, okay, with the voice, helping them, impact. So this is the culture environment, speaks about the influence of geographic location, religious, I'm going to take you back to the previous slide, no worries, and social systems in the marketing system. Voice refers to the manner in which the product or service communicates with its users, okay? Then the X factor is the wow factor. So I'm going to take you back. You write this real quick, then I take you to a sample core value preposition. 1 minute. Are we done? No, just write the template, okay? Then you're going to fill it out later. Let me send you one on WhatsApp, okay? So I will save some time. So I've sent it on the WhatsApp group, the general group. So this core value preposition, when we're looking at the MVP, helps you articulate the problem and the solution. Okay? Very, very clearly. Actually, the solution. Okay? So we've moved away from the problem. The problem is in the problem statement. So this is an example core value preposition for a company called FinEase, okay? A dummy company. So, service to customers. FinEase offers simplified and inclusive financial management tools. The cultural environment is in diverse economic and cultural backgrounds. The voice is with a user-centric and approachable communication style. The impact is helping them achieve financial empowerment and stability. So their X factor is Empowertech. Empowertech is a product for FinEase, okay? So Empowertech, our proprietary Empowertech engine, utilizes advanced AI to personalize financial insights, recommendations, and resources, ensuring that every user can confidently make informed decisions about their money. Okay? So your system should be able to emulate this. Okay? Yeah, so this is just a sample core value preposition. What should we do and what should we not do when we are building the MVP? Don't build for long. Okay? Don't take 6 months, 1 year building a product, building a bad product. Okay? And what is a bad product? A bad product is a product that does not address the needs of the people that it's designed for. Okay? What you should do is build lean and launch quickly. How many of you are creating your solution or have been creating your solution from day one? Day one of the hackathon. Okay, I see Mastula. Who else? From day one? Okay, who else? Who else? Dana? Lies. Mama's Daily Cookie? Yeah. Yes, you too. Yes. Okay? So these guys, Aksam, not a chance. So these guys are going to have just 7 days, okay, of actual development or product development, and it's a very short time. And I wish you all the best. If any of you go through, the ones that had started building from day one, like with us here, you're going to have had the ideal situation for an MVP, okay? Build quick. Build lean, as in lean have very few features. Don't overcrowd your dashboards or your user interfaces, okay? Build lean, have minimum features there that address, that implement core functionality, okay? So yeah, if you happen to go through, that will be an example situation where building lean and launching fast happens, okay? So spend very little time designing the actual system, because I know it's tiresome, okay? And for people who are non-developers, you have to pay people to do for you the coding, right? Then including, the bad idea is including all customers, right? Which team here has about 5 users? Which team has 5 users? 4 users? 4 users? Really? Who and who and who and who?
All right, we have the system administrator, we have the border rider, we have the fuel agent, and the fuel agent.
Who is going to be your initial customer? the first customer?
Of course, it's the border rider.
Good point. Okay? So in the MVP, you really want to focus on the initial customer, right? Who is that last mile person you're targeting? Because the admins, yes, for them, they can do the admin work. They can even be the agents for the start for your MVP, right? All these people you're going, those are running costs, by the way, that you have to consider in your return of investment. Because if you're going to pay agents, that is money leaving your business. Okay? But at the start, you can be all the other 3 users, and then the external one is the border rider. Solving all customers' problems. Impossible. Right? I told you of a scenario where Dorothy and I visited Wandega Market, right? And somebody has a different set of problems and somebody else has a different set of problems. You can't solve all of them at a go. It would be nearly impossible. Okay? So focus on the eminent problem at hand, right? That particular pain point that is really going to get them interested in your application. The other bad idea is falling in love with your MVP. People who are not open-minded. I designed my application, it's beautiful, the interfaces are fire, and it's working. It's crediting, it's doing ABCD, it's debiting, the notifications are coming through. But why isn't it disruptive? Disruptive meaning, why aren't the customers taking it on? Okay? Why aren't they adopting your solution? Your system could be fine, perfect. It's maybe even running in the cloud. You've used the best services out there. But if it's not solving the pain point, then it goes to the shelf. Okay? So how do you avoid that? You're awesome, you've done the wonderful development, product development. Take the product out, get feedback, as much feedback as you can, and then iterate. Okay? It's all about iteration. Like I gave you the example of WhatsApp. WhatsApp today is not WhatsApp 5 years back. Okay? Yeah, so iterate, improve until you solve the problem. You don't have to get it right the first time. So there's a saying, you'd rather fail fast and learn than build for so long and still fail at the end. Okay? Fail fast. Get up. What lessons have you learned? Build on that. Go back out there. Improve. Fail again. Come back until the problem is solved. So we won't have people ditching their solutions after the hackathon because they've not won. No, that is not the case. Okay? You've put in a lot of time. The ladies here from Gulu, you put in a lot of time, you put in a lot of energy. Our people from Kabale? Kabale? Oh, you're the ones. Well, sorry, I was looking at. Yeah, so our people from Kabale, you've done a lot of traveling and all that. I mean, all of you have sacrificed a thing or two to be here, right? Yeah, and fintech, I'll tell you, fintech is the it industry right now in the tech world. Fintech. Okay? Don't give up on your ideas. Fail, get up, iterate. Fail and learn. Learning is important. Okay? Yeah. So lastly, about the MVP, hold the problem tightly. What do you think that means? Anybody? Oh, okay.
I think that means focus on understanding what the problem really is.
Anybody else?
Okay, I think don't go off track. You have a reason to why you created a solution to that problem, then don't be diverted. You should hold the problem so tightly so that you don't go off track.
Anybody else?
By that I may understand it in a way that you have to at least understand the cause of the problem and of course stay within the scope of that problem. Don't divert.
I think there can only be one problem. Sorry. There can only be one problem, but you can always find your way to solve it in very many different ways. So yesterday, one of the presenters shared that you could come up with a solution and love it so much, but probably your target customer won't accept it as you expected. So you can always find out to solve their problem creatively, but the problem will always stay. The solution is flexible.
Awesome. Okay. The problem will always remain unless it's solved. The solutions can always vary, right?
For me, it basically means to hit the pain point. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, one more.
I think it is important to stick to that problem you saw from the beginning, even if you be having so many feedback. You address what was in your heart.
Thank you. Yeah. So keep the problem at the forefront. Okay? You set out a goal. You identified that women need credit services. Don't divert and start giving them, let's say, beauty services before you've addressed the problem of access to credit services. Okay? You can always diversify, or what we call scaling, but the core of your system, or what is at the heart of your system, is improving access to credit services, right? Then the other point, hold the customer tightly. What does that mean?
To me, it means you should keep your solution centered to your customer, the person who is going to use it, and you do what they want, not what you want.
It also, okay, for me, it means like always addressing what the customers talk about. Whatever they complain about, maybe that's exactly what they want. So for me, that's what it means to me.
Thank you both.
To me, it's empathy. You develop with the customers in your head, like put yourself in their shoes, and as you're developing, you have to put them at the back of your mind. So whatever you're doing, it should be benefiting them, not you.
To me, it means understanding your customer needs and sticking to that, like developing towards those needs and maintaining that.
Okay.
So in addition to what my colleagues have said, for me it calls for focus. As you are a developer, you have to focus. Though we do have these emotions that we want to implement more of what our customers do want. So we just need to focus on the customer basis. That's my opinion.
Thank you both. Anybody else?
Yes, to me, it means ensuring excellent customer services and making sure that you provide, making sure,
Okay, thank you. Okay, one more.
To me, it means knowing what your customer exactly need, what they need, not developing to just develop, but to see if what you're developing is really needed for your customers.
Okay, because who is experiencing the problem that we are holding tightly? It's the customer, right? So the problem is only existent because the customer is experiencing it, right? Yeah, so always strive to understand what the customer needs. Yeah. Then an MVP is a learning vehicle. Somebody to read? Okay.
An MVP is the best way to learn from your customers. Tons of research is okay, but may not actually help build a product that addresses the pain points for your customer. Launch and learn.
So we should use that as the motto for our MVP today. Launch and learn. You will not know what your customer exactly wants unless you've presented them with a working prototype, which we call the MVP, right? Launch, let them use it, get feedback, learn, then iterate. Go back to the development process. Include the functionalities that you need to include that address the problem at hand. Okay? Yeah. So, how much time, Charlotte, do I have? Okay, so you have the template for the core value proposition, and that is what is going to guide your MVP. Okay? Yeah. So good luck.
Thank you so much, Cleopatra. Now we are getting really technical. Now I would like to invite our CEO, Innocent Kawoya. There is something that he wants to pass on. Let us welcome him. As we wait for our mentor, she apologized. Something held her up, but she's on the way.
Where is Alien Skin? Alien. Hi, everyone. Are you okay? We say we're going to have a second Made of God challenge. Yeah? We're going to have another dance, money bags dance. So who celebrated their birthday this week or last week? Ha, where are your national IDs? We come with the national ID, then we verify. So whose birthday was on 11th? Auntie, 10th. Yeah? Martha? Please come. 10th, it was Martha. Yeah? Maureen. When? Please come, Maureen. Whose birthday was on 11th? Yeah? Shout, please drop for us a link for NGTV in the group. 10th, eh? We should have celebrated that day. 11th, 10th, okay. 12th, yeah. 13th. Today is what? 14th, eh? Today is 15th. 14th, yeah. 14th. Please come this side. How did you miss? I have 2 daughters and their birthdays. 2 of my daughters are born on 14th. Yeah, so 14th. Alien skin. So we are going to first go live. Sauda, we're going to make some fruit cakes, eh? But we are first going for a birthday dance challenge. Please come. Yeah. And okay. Yeah. Eh? Yeah. No. So 15th. Whose birthday is happening tomorrow? Yeah? Tomorrow, Mastula. Wewe namikolo. Hey. Toka wacha wewe. So who was born on 30th January? Wewe Blaze, 3rd January. Oh, one of my daughters was born on 3rd January. Okay. Who was born on which date? Which one? Yeah, 13th December. Yeah. Who was born on Christmas? Jesus. Where is Joseph? Jesus is father. Take your son or daughter. Yeah. So today someone is celebrating his birthday, and we are going to dance for like 10 minutes, as in all of us. And it's going to be a birthday dance for him. And then we are going to celebrate our babies. Yeah? Where are our sprays? I wish we had some sprays. We are going to buy them tomorrow and make some noise. Not so? Happy birthday meanwhile. You should have told us that day that it was your birthday. So, Elian, happy birthday, man. Yeah? Today is his birthday. Please scream for him a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Happy birthday. And come and join the ladies. Mastula, we're going to dance this side. I know those who know how to dance this side. We say that the next time I come back here, I'll pick the people who I know. Namikolo, this side. This side, madam. You know, you come and stand like an electric pole. It is okay. Just come and stand and do nothing. So who is winning? Who wants to challenge everyone on dancing for this evening? Yeah? Zahara? Salam alaikum. Are we going to do this? And we're going to do it the level 1 project way. So we're planning on doing a level 1 project challenge on that Jerusalem song. So it might earn someone a ticket to Seattle. You get it? And we have to practice. So, Namikolo, who else is good that you know? Point at your friend who knows. Diana, please. Diana, come with your friend. Who are you with? Diana. Diana. Diana, everyone knows. Please come. Bring her here. Should we send Secret Service to carry them? Or we bring one of our own? Doreen. Let's bring you. Blaze, come here as well. Yeah, I had forgotten. Axam, Doreen, come here, please. I wanted to bring you one who can. Axam, you want to come and dance? Come. Blaze here. So, and who else have I forgotten? Diana, please come. Zauja. Suni, please. Let me pick them myself. Okay. You. Yeah, I know the ones I want, please. It's a birthday dance. We go. So the first one to drop off, takes 1 GB. Someone should be recording for me. The first one to drop off gets 1 GB. The second one gets 2 GBs. The third gets 3 GB. The fourth, like that. Have the last one. But the last one also have dinner. Serena. Yeah. No, the Seattle bit, we shall work on that. We are first doing this challenge here. Okay? So we're going to be dancing to money bags. It's a birthday dance. Happy birthday to all of you. Let's scream for them a little bit. And as we do the dance, because you're now going to be enjoying free entertainment, Happy will be saying free entertainment, right? In Happy's voice. So because you're going to be enjoying, you have to be supporting throughout. Not so? So the dance is powered by eJazz Radio. Have you listened to eJazz Radio? Yeah, it is your type of radio, you who are urban in your way and the X generation. It is the most streamed radio in Uganda and is number 4 in Africa. And DJ Mark Extreme runs it. Isn't it nice? And we said this entire hackathon is about winning. Not so? Sunita, not so? Okay. DJ Mark, please. Marion, please come here. Yeah, I had forgotten. Marion, please. So, we are going to be doing 10 minutes. Yeah. We play, and play. But we're going to be dropping off someone every 2 minutes. Yeah? So let's go. Marion, please.
Life is financially simplified. Skins in answer tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Play tukadde 10 awo tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefone. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katubuuba. Katonde abawaye atuma. Nonsense. Mugira mukolima. Emmoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young. Wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda madis ku breakfast. Wali Bakwita Richard Wakabi. Oli wealthy with Malanga. Fortune is separate.
We are playing, okay? Can we dance? I have watched, apart from him and her, I think the 3, I've watched all of you dance. So I know you know how to dance. Okay, you know, I know. So, can we? Yeah? We are celebrating birthdays. Eh? It is 4 birthdays in 1 week. Not so? So, who is going to lead? Yeah? I forgot to tell you that besides the dinner, the winner goes out with 100,000 today. Yeah, okay? So, after 10 minutes, and you receive it instantly on your mobile money. Okay? Okay? With withdrawal charges. Okay? Let's go.
I'm succeeding, believing, hate to see me. We are winning. Anti-money bugs in Zabimala. Nipad, yoga, I make money, Neagare. Holy God, do. Life is financially simplified. Nipad, yoga, make money, Neagare. Skins in answer to Kirabazongo. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde yabawaye atuma. Nonsense, mugira mukolima. Emoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali bakuyita Richard Wakabi. Holy wealthy wizard Malanga. Fortune is separate. Wakolamu, wachikuba, wamalayo. Nipon, anti-money bugs in Zabimala. Nipon, yoga, I make money, Neagare. Holy God, do. Life is financially simplified. Nipon, yoga, make money, Neagare. What does it in Nero Fuga totole ya muntu munno jakuwa toyagala banyumya saving in a
Cleo might be a better facilitator at this. She might be doing a wrong job. Cleo, please. Cleo, we're waiting for you here. Where is Doreen? So, shall we eat the money? The challenge is still very low. The money is on this phone that I have here. Real-time settlement. Yeah? Cleo? Yes. Come and challenge us. Are we all live on NGTV? Now let's go live and comment. Leave a comment, subscribe. DJ Mark. Yeah, man.
I'm succeeding, believing, hate to see me. We are winning. Anti-money bugs in Zabimala. Nipad, yoga, I make money, Neagare. Holy God, do. Life is financially simplified. Nipad, yoga, make money, Neagare. Skins in answer to Kirabazongo. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde yabawaye atuma. Nonsense, mugira mukolima. Emoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali bakuyita Richard Wakabi. Holy wealthy wizard Malanga. Fortune is separate. Wakolamu, wachikuba, wamalayo. Nipon, anti-money bugs in Zabimala. Nipon, yoga, I make money.
No. Who should go first? Elimination has started. Who is taking 1 GB? Huh? Madam President, you're remaining here up to the end. So get your dance moves ready. Who wants to go off first? Eh? The audience, of course. Huh? Who goes off first? He's tired, eh? It's his birthday. Happy birthday, man. Yeah, please, thank you. Meanwhile, we are working on a series called The Smaller Sister. Eh? So you might be interested. All of you, because it's only women. Yeah? So one is off. Marion, here. Now, you would imagine why we should even be dancing here. And why we've been dancing to a song called Money Bags. Because it's about money here, not so? We're talking about financial technology, it's everything money, eh? But importantly, we need to find everything of having some freedom for ourselves, eh? So that we can innovate a little bit better. So we want to see those innovations in your moves. Yeah? Come here, Mastula. So, we're taking 1 minute, we drop off another person. But let's be serious. I haven't seen any innovation. You're tired? Should we do a food competition? Okay. DJ Mark. You're supporting.
Leading, hate to see me. We are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Nipad, yoga, I make money. Only all to do. Life is financially simplified. Yoga, make money. Where I got it. Skins in your satukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde chikumi awe tutusao. iPhone ye phone ye bidala telephone.
We're dropping off 2 people now. Who is going? Audience, please. Happy. Who's going off now? And then if you don't clap, we put you this side. Going forward. Now, if you're not clapping consistently, you come. And, eh? So, hey Lynn, how you doing? What language are we supposed to be speaking with you now? Because you're from those ends of what? Accent, I don't know. Happy will speak to you. We're happy to see you. So, who is dropping off? Oti. Thank you. Thank you. I know who will remain here. So, closing. So, another 1 minute. If you're not clapping, we bring you here. If you're not screaming, this side.
I'm succeeding, the leading, hate to see me. We are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Nipad, yoga, I make money. Only all to do. Life is financially simplified. Yoga, make money. Where I got it. Skins in your satukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Pledge kukadde chikumi awe tutusao. iPhone ye phone ye bidala telephone. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde abawaye atuma. Nonsense, mugira mukolima. Emoloka etasusa ataano kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast. Tewali bakuyita Richard Wakabi. Oli wealthy wizard Malanga. Fortune is separate. Wakolamu, wachikuba, wamalayo. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Nipad, yoga, I make money.
He's saying anti-money bags. Mala. You know that feeling, eh? So who is going off? You're not going anywhere. Who are we? Now, if we're going to miss on some good experience now, E-note, where are these people? Sumaya, do you have those cash notes? I want them. Now let's speak real money now. Yeah, so who is dropping off now? The birthday girls, Sauda, we need 4 cakes tomorrow, eh? For the boy and the girls. 3 of them. Yeah? So who is going off now? Eh? They are tired. Hey. Yeah, the birthday girls. Madam President will remain here. You didn't want to be a president for nothing. Where is Doreen? I want some cash notes here. No, we are doing that one. Yeah. It's the one we have rights for. Yeah, money bags. We have rights to play it anywhere we want. Yeah. We also have other reasons, but don't worry. Yeah. So, can we now do something serious? Like serious? DJ Mark.
I'm succeeding, believing.
You are not clapping.
Hate to see me. We are winning. Anti-money bugs in Zabimala. Bad yoga. I make money. Holy God. Life is financially simplified. Holy God. Yoga. Make money. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambe Play tukadde 10 awe tutusaawo iPhone phone ebirala telefoni Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba Katonde abawaye atuma Nonsense mugira mukolima Emoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi The night is still young wait up pop more champagne Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast wali Bakuyita Richard Wakabi Holy wealth wizard Malanga Fortune is separate Wakolamu Wachikuba Wamalayo Anti-money bugs in Zabimala Bad yoga
Someone said Zirika. Eh? Okay, so who you taking 3 GB? Go again, Marian. Yeah? Blaze. Come here. We are going to replace. This is like football. Not so? So we're getting a team. Yeah? Happy? Yeah, like, huh? Yeah? Yes, let's do that. Happy? A team? Yes, you. So who is the best dancer from Bara? Esther, Are you sure? I know Diana is there hiding, yet she's... Esther. Aksam, this call has been happening for long. Please come this side. So why are you scared of dancing? So who told you that software engineering, computer science, IT have nothing to do with dancing? Yeah? So how are you going to make animations and all that when you can't dance? Okay. Ask some people know something about you, Salam alaikum. Let's just extend there a little bit. So, Mark?
I'm succeeding, the leading, A to CD, we are winning. Anti-money bucks in Zabimala. Life is financially simplified. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambe Flight tukadde 10 awe tutusaawo iPhone yefoni ebirala telefoni Light ku flight akanyonyi katulaba Katonde yabawaye atuma Nonsense mugira mukolima Emmoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi The night is still young wait a pop more champagne Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali Nakuyita Richard Wakabi Holy wealth the wisdom malanga Fortune is separate Wakolamu Wachikuba Wamale Anti-money bucks in Zabimala Big bad Njoga I make money Neyagare Holy to do Life is financially simplified Holy bad Ojoga Make money Neyagare What does it in Nero Fugato tole ya muntu munno jakuwa
That Aksam is a good dancer. I wish I had the ability to convince Lynn to dance. Yeah, because I know I know that. Unfortunately, I can't convince her. So I'll leave that. Josephine, I know you know how to dance. So, hey, okay, wait a minute. So now, before we take the 100,000, we do a minute, someone takes the next 50. Of course, it's going to be Sunita, Not so, We do 1 minute. Whoever is not clapping is coming this side. DJ Mark. No, Aksam, hey, they lied to us about you knowing to dance. Please, we apologize. They lied to us.
I'm succeeding, the leading, A to CD, we are winning. Anti-money bucks in Zabimala. Big bad, Joga, I make money, Neyagare. Holy to do. Life is financially simplified. Big bad, Joga, make money, Neyagare. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambe Flight tukadde 10 awe tutusaawo iPhone yefoni ebirala telefoni Light ku flight akanyonyi katukuba Katonde yabawaye atuma Nonsense mugira mukolima Emmoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi The night is still young.
So who are we dropping off? Wait. We have a 100,000 challenge. So now all of us have to clap and sing. Yeah? And money bags. Yeah. So the digital accolade, this was cash notes. We are saying no to cash notes going forward. So the real win is a digital 100K, and we're doing how many minutes to? 1.5. So the one who wins that will do for us a TikTok challenge as well. Not from here. She will be the one who shall call money bags. For now, but you can also be calling yourself money bags meanwhile. So is
I'm succeeding, the leading, A to CD, we are winning. Anti-money bucks in Zabimala. Big bad, Joga, I make money, Neyagare. Holy to do. Life is financially simplified. Holy bad, Joga, make money, mweyagale. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Play tukadde 10 awo tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde abawaye atuma. Nonsense, mugira mukolima. Imoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait up, pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali. Bakuyita Richard Wakabi. Oli wealthy wizard Malanga. Fortune is separate. Wakolamu, wachikuba, wamalayo. Bidon, anti-money bags in Zabimala. Bidon, njoga, I make money, neyagare. Hollywood, Hollywood, to do. Life is financially simplified. Hollywood, ojoga, make money, neyagare. What does it in ero fuga totole ya muntu munno jaku.
Who deserves to win? No. Both for doing what? Where? It's a small what? Small what? Huh? You are reminding me of that video of cruising. I said, what is what? Increasing? Crazy. Yeah? So who is our money bags for today? We're saying both. So who is the money bags here? Wait. What are you saying? You're saying cruising. Okay. Okay. So who is the money bags here? It's a draw. Okay. Is it a draw? One more time. Oh, we step on the tables, something. How about that? Well, we are going to do this again for 1 minute and then decide whether we give someone money or I eat it. Yeah, we are going to vote after that 1 minute. Not so, Fortune? Cool. I know you are not the ones judging. But these people are not clapping, you're not cheering them up. So we are doing this for 1 other minute and call this a day, right? DJ Mark Extreme on the one.
I'm succeeding, believing, exceeding. We are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. Bad yoga, I make money, neyagare. Hollywood, to do. Life is financially simplified. Ojoga, make money, neyagare. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi. Play tukadde 10 awo tutusaawo. iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni. Flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba. Katonde abawaye atuma. Nonsense, mugira mukolima. Imoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait up, pop more champagne. Ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali. Bakuyita Richard Wakabi. Oli wealthy wizard Malanga. Fortune is separate. Wakolamu, wachikuba, wamalayo.
Martha was bold enough to stand for being our president. And then at some point, Suni and Komhanji are bold enough to stay standing for a challenge. I think it's all a beautiful thing, not so? So, should we vote? Should we vote? Should they close their eyes and we vote? Yeah? Should we vote? Okay, let them turn around. Please. Yes, the one, exactly. Yes, exactly. The one with the loudest HiPipo TV, eh? Say HiPipo TV, that's the voting key. You say HiPipo TV loudly, eh? So the loudest is the one that wins, eh? Not so, eh? So which side should we start from? Yeah, please face the other side. Nida, it is not okay. We should turn this side. So, you shout and say, HiPipo TV. Sunita? I know you shout, you're not shouting. Those are invalid votes. For Sunita? For Sunita? Okay. For Comhands? For Comhands? So I know who the winner is, Charlotte. So thank you all, thank you ladies. Every one of them is winning. Yes. Yeah, congratulate them. And thank you again for being among those that have reason, among those that prioritize becoming better, for making time and being a part of this hackathon from day one until today. It's a privilege for us to have you here, and we can't thank you enough. So Charlotte, Lynn will pay me for doing her job for the last hour, so I know how to find Lynn. I call her head girl all the time, so I know her from another world. So thank you all, and tomorrow let's do some cake cutting sometime tomorrow. And happy birthday to all of you that are celebrating this month, and to Alien Skin most especially. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Innocent. I'm just going to I'm just going to go straight to the next session. I hope you had enough fun. You're not going to be sleepy. So our mentor this afternoon is called Lynn 2K. Lynn 2K is a Rotaractor. We have Rotaractors here. I'm a Rotarian. I'm big. And she's a mother of a beautiful daughter. She loves traveling. She loves food as well. She loves posting, and she's really a good, are you still, or no? She was secretary, permanent secretary of PRA, Public Relations Association of Uganda. Why do I know all this about Lynn? Because she knows what to post. I always see her post. That's why she has never told me any of this. I know from what she posts. So she's here to tell us about PR and marketing. How do you market yourself, your product? How do you present yourself out there to the world? So let us put our hands together to welcome Lynn.
Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you, HiPipo. Thank you, Innocent. I also call him head boy. Well, for a simple reason, I was head girl in my high school, but that doesn't really matter, does it? So my name is Lynn 2K. I am the PR and communications manager at Capital Markets Authority. That is the body that regulates all capital markets in Uganda. I very recently was working with Sente, a financial technology platform that helps automate company finance. And I have also, this year, been recognized among the world's top 100 most influential PR professionals. Yes, it's my biggest achievement yet. I am the ex-PR director for the Public Relations Association of Uganda, that's PRAU. And yeah, like Charlotte says, I am a Rotaractor, soon joining Rotary. I want to be a Rotarian. I'm no longer in my 20s, very soon. Yeah, so I am very happy to be here today. I am seeing so many beautiful faces. I see you're all aspiring tech professionals. I guess that's the only reason you'll be here. I know HiPipo from way back. HiPipo is doing brilliant things, especially in the tech space, fintech space. And it's one of the initiatives that I see is actually touching millions of individuals out there. So kudos to you, HiPipo. A round of applause for them. Yeah, so I've come here to talk about PR and marketing. And I'm very passionate about PR. I am this one person that knew what they wanted to do immediately they joined campus. So I did journalism and communication. It was my first choice, and it was given to me. So I carry PR with a lot of pride. Marketing is one of the aspects that tie into PR. You can't talk about PR without tying into marketing, without tying into sales. Just the same way also finance ties into each and everything. So why are we even talking about this? I see most of us are tech people. But yes, you're developing brands, you're developing products that you'll soon have to take to market. It doesn't make sense for you to have a brilliant innovation and the world does not know about it. Are you just innovating for your own sake? You just want to be with your innovation in your living room? There it makes sense. The whole idea here is to make innovations that actually touch people's lives, that help people, impact people's lives in one way or another, and ultimately to make money. I believe that's why I think some of us are motivated by most of all money. So I like to start with a challenge. I know that you have been having, I know we have been having sort of challenges here and there, but I just want us to have this one challenge. Can you name a brand that you think stands out? Any guesses? Any brand that you think stands out? Safe Border. Which one? Nike. Okay. Top of mind? Apple. Great. I like Safe Border because it's Ugandan. Any other Ugandan brands that you think stand out? Jumia? Eversend. Nice. Okay. I like now that you're going into tech. Any tech? Yes, there's Safe Border. Any other tech brand? Jumia is a tech brand, sort of. Okay. Thank you for telling me that. You all have your reasons why you have picked that. If I'm to give an example and say, tell me one telco company that is yellow. Red? Why are you able to tell me that? Are you saying that you don't even have to think about it? You just let me know. But that's something they have worked at. They didn't just wake up one morning and you know that yellow is MTN. No. It is branding. It is work that is being done from January to December by the marketing and the PR team. That when you think of a color, think of us. When you think of a font, think of us. Now, many of us may have a color that you put up, you have your mission, your vision of your company or of your brand. But what makes you unique is the consistency. You need to be consistent in what you do. That I do not want my MTN to be anywhere near a red, an orange, any other color that is not yellow. And you are very particular about that. Now, that consistency follows what we call, and we're going to our next slide. It follows what we call branding. Okay, I don't know what I have done here. it follows what we call branding. Branding is not necessarily the work you do. It's what do people think about you? What do people think about your brand? And it stems from brands as in companies to us as individuals. And that's what they call personal branding. That you are here and you're studying software engineering. If you're studying software engineering, make that known. Then everyone will know, oh, that's the chick, that's the dude that studies software engineering. And that's where the personal branding starts. Are you able to actually talk about yourself? Or do you just keep quiet and say, me, I don't post? If you know, you know. You know? Branding starts from your personal brand, that you're here and you're a university student, but you've already defined your niche. You already have identified your area of expertise. When I look, for example, what course are you doing? Development economics. What are you passionate about? Which one? Economics. What do you write about? Do you have a LinkedIn page? What do you talk about on your LinkedIn page? Pardon? The global trends? Yeah, okay. I hope you're not lying. But the thing about your passion is we have to see the passion. You don't have to talk about it. You have to go beyond talking about it and being it. Define your niche basically means that what's that one thing people know you for? Even in our circles, you know, I'm in Rotary, but you'll find that there's that one person who is good at graphics design. There's that one person who is good at event organizing. There's that one person who is good at photography. And anytime you have an event, you're going to think about them first. Why? Because they have created that niche. So think about what you do yourself and ask yourself, what do people know me for? What am I passionate about? If you can be able to answer those questions, then you have found your niche. Then develop a consistent message. Your personal brand should be consistent across all platforms. Why am I saying this? We're talking about marketing and PR, and many of us are going to come up with brands, products, companies. Do you know that people believe in individuals, me and you, than a company, than a brand? That I'll believe in the CEO of the brand first. I'll believe in Innocent first before I start believing in HiPipo. That's just how it works. A brand doesn't have emotions, but a person has emotions. So it starts from the personal brand. As the CEO of this company, do people actually know you for being passionate about these things? Or you're just taking over your father's company and that's it? Brand yourself on social media profiles. When Charlotte was introducing me, she was saying she knows everything about me from my social media. That's because I want you to know that. That's because I'm branding myself that way. How are you branding yourself? Are you just posting half-naked pictures of you? Are you just posting your cute boyfriend, cute girlfriend? Or are you actually posting something that is adding value to the people around you? Because when you're adding value to the people around you, they're going to notice you and they're going to call you for that business. You have a shoe business, you're talking about it, everyone is going to say, ha, if you want anything related to shoes, call her, call him. You are developing a software program. Anyone who thinks about anything tech, however much it's not related to your software program, they're going to start calling you. Oh, that one knows tech things. That one is your tech person. And that is how you brand yourself. How many of us are on LinkedIn? Hands up. Great, that's a good number. Please, make your LinkedIn profiles really relevant. Don't just create an account and leave it at that. Actually use it to promote yourself. You have a CV. That CV, just put it straight into your LinkedIn profile. Nowadays, employers are hiring through LinkedIn profiles. Even when you have gone for a job interview and you have passed at the very last stage, the final check is going to be your LinkedIn profile. What is she posting about? What is he posting about? If it doesn't make sense, then the other person is going to have a competitive edge over you. And like I said, post about the things that you are interested about in your field. If you're in tech, any new features that you have seen, maybe cropped up on WhatsApp or Twitter, you have seen they've changed something, and you have a view, give that view. Don't die with that view in your home. Let the world know what your thoughts are, what your opinions are. Because it is through knowing what your opinions are that people are going to put you in a box. Say, oh, this guy is brilliant in this area. Call him. And that's just how it works. You're brilliant in this area, they'll call you for one engagement. Before you know it, you're in 10 engagements. Before you know it, you're being called as an expert at national level to give your insight. Why? Because you are able to show that you can give insight through your small channel. You may think it's small, but you never know who's watching. Of course, it's good to network strategically, attend industry events. If you're in tech, please attend all these tech events that you see. Do not say, oh, that's too big for me. Go, you never. What else do students like? Free things. Can I give them coupons? Let them try out my product and see. You know, the first 2 rides are free. Oh, this thing works. I'll use it next time. What else do you like? The lingo you use. You see self-border when they are marketing to you. Ha! Have you seen the kasana? About what? Huh? Hey, because they know who they are talking to. It's not old people who are in their air conditioners and in their Land Rovers. No. They are targeting you who is seeing the car weather, and you're saying, you have to go now. And that's very well thought through. It's not by mistake. Otherwise, if they were marketing to businesses, the lingo is going to say, dear esteemed client. It's not going to be Kalinda. Olabika weather. No. So that's the gist of it. So let's look at other marketing strategies. But before we go there, I just wanted to talk about the vision, the mission. We already talked about the USP. But when you're setting up a company, and most of us in this room, I'm sure, have aspirations of setting up companies. You've heard of people saying mission, vision. It's not by mistake. Do you have a strategic plan for the next 5, 10 years? What does your mission look like? What does your vision look like for the company? If your mission is to deliver happiness to your clients, that means that customer care is going to be a top priority. I'm sure you have entered banks, and some banks are welcoming, everyone is smiling, everyone is smart, there is fresh air everywhere. You feel like, hey, this is Bulaya. And then you've gone to other banks and you're like, hey, what is happening? Why? The difference is when you have your mission straight and you're saying, my mission is to deliver happiness to my customers, the customer care is going to be top notch. Where you're sitting, how you're welcomed. And that is made by the owner of the company, the director. The managerial level sets that from the beginning. If you do not have that from the beginning, even your company values within your employees, how should they behave? Then it's going to be very hard to implement any PR and marketing strategy, because let me tell you, it all starts from branding. So what is a brand? We already said a brand exists only in the mind of your customers. That's why when I said yellow, you said MTN. In political affiliations, yellow is what? And red? Do you see that? It's not by mistake. You choose your color. I'm starting up this company, what's my color? I know blue, for example, means warmth. I am warming up to everyone. Black means corporate. You know, you have pink, and of course, pink for a long time has been associated to women. You're uplifting women, things like that. Think critically. Do not just wake up and say, me, I have gone with red, because you go in certain markets, and red means totally different. When you become CEOs of multinationals, you'll understand this. That if McDonald's is a certain color in countries, when they go to Japan, they can't do orange. Why? Because it's politically connected. Think, research. What does this color mean in this country? Because there will be points in time where your color doesn't need to be seen anywhere. I think you've seen in one of the riots, where if anyone was putting on red, they were just, I think, was it red or yellow? They were just slapping anyone putting on that color. Say, what? I just woke up and I put on a shirt. What is that got to do with me being beaten? Hey, now you know. Every interaction sends a message. It's your job as brand manager to make sure that all those messages are pointing to the right direction. If people come and say, you at your bank, people abuse, people are they on their phones, they're not working on me, that is going to be affiliated with your brand. Brands are defined by individuals, not companies. Brands are defined by you and me. If you think Absa is cool in your head, if you think Stanchart is cool in your head, that is how you're making the brand cool. Is Safe Border cool? Is Jumia cool? That's what we call branding. Then you have a brand promise. What are you promising anyone who is jumping onto your product? Is it simplicity? Is it affordability? Because there are brands which are just there for affordability. For you, for the bougie people, me, I'm from Omuntu Wawansi. And that is your target market. And you serve your Omuntu Wawansi, you're happy. The one who is serving the bourgeoisies is also happy. Because the reality is you can't take over the whole market. There has to be segments, and you choose your segment. Are you working for the middle income? Are you working for the women? Are you working for the men? Choose. Are you working for the young, the old? Choose. All that is in your user profile. So think about your favorite brand and what that brand promises you. Someone said Apple. People who have iPhones, they show off, but it's for a reason. Why are they showing off? What does the brand promise them? Cool, right? Oh, you'll be cool. Just pull out your iPhone. Everyone. If you have your techno, you'll be there. But you also be proud of it. You're like, hey, me, I'm supporting Go Loco for Coco. Eh? So there are segments. You with your Apple, you're saying, me, I want simplicity. I don't want to walk into a meeting of all these cool people and I'm pulling out an ITIL. But I'm not saying ITIL is bad. You can have both. So yeah. But you get the point. What does the brand promise you? If it promises you affordability, that's good, because I know so many times when ITIL has helped me, when my baby has, tried to smash my phone, and I'm like, what do I do now? I just pull out my ITIL. And I'm like, oh, thank you, ITIL. You're the best. At that point, they have promised me something, affordability, and I can be able to call someone. I have a board meeting tomorrow. I'm going to be able to make that call. Just because ITIL has promised me, I am accessible anywhere, everywhere. At very good, 25K. I'll get my phone. So, then there is the brand promise, but there is the brand perception, and we already talked about that. You're promising people something, but what do people perceive about your brand? Because you can promise people customer care, but when they come to your brand, there is no customer care. Like, you all know these brands. You just mentioned one. Can you mention one with bad customer care? Anyone? A company with bad customer care? You fear. You fear. Eh? But you know them. They are there. They say, we promise you this, but what you get is the opposite. So, when you're developing, I won't repeat that one. When you're developing your marketing strategy, you cannot be saying that our objective is to ensure there is great customer experience when your product developers are so slow in their developing. The thing is shitty, so to speak, for lack of a better word. Your things are slow, because that's what's in the mind of the customer. Those people's things are unreliable. So when you're developing your marketing strategy, please have a session with everyone on the team and say, hey, I'm going out there and I'm telling people that this is what we are good at, that our system is stable. But I can't say that if we are not delivering. Talk
to your tech people, because the tech people are just there in the back end. For them, they don't know what's happening. This side, they are bashing you on Twitter, they are bashing you. You're like, what do I do? You go and talk to the tech people. They are like, because the people are complaining because the system is slow. So marketing and PR are very important, especially when it comes to product development. If you're developing the product, talk to everyone, the finance. Are people being paid? Because if employees are not being paid, someone is going to go on Twitter and say, so-and-so company does not pay people, and that becomes a PR crisis. Your investors are going to pull out. Anyone who wanted to invest money in you, they're going to say, those ones, no, we don't want to work with them. No one wants to associate with you. Okay. Then the brand expectation is what you promise them. They will expect something from you. You know when you're buying an Apple Watch, if you're buying an Apple Watch and you go to downtown, vis-a-vis, let's say at Acacia Mall, you know the prices are going to be different, right? The one at Acacia Mall might be a bit pricey. Let me say, how much is an Apple Watch? A genuine Apple Watch? 100. 900K. But when you go to Mutasa, 5K? 500 is too small. 10K, right? 50. An Apple Watch will be 50K. But do you know the difference? The brand expectation. Do you really expect the Apple Watch brand to be in Mutasa at 50K? You know you're going in for problems. It's going to stop working after 2 days. Huh? But if you go to Acacia, the brand expectation is, these ones, I am expecting legit. They even give you 10 months warranty. What? Why? Because your expectations of the brand are high. You can also choose and say, my brand expectations for my particular product are low. So no return on investment. I mean, don't come back, Semanya, you're bringing back things, these didn't work. That is why when you go to, again, I'll use the example of Acacia Mall, and you go to buy things at maybe H&M stores, and then you go to green store there, bidi. You know that there is no return policy when it comes to bidi. You're buying something of 2,000 and you expect for us to refund your money. How? Even there, the brand expectations are low, but they are there. So what are your brand expectations? When people come to your store, what should they expect? Good customer care, bad customer care. Good product, bad product. They should know. And you do this by continuously doing the things you do. Are you apologizing? Are you non-apologetic? Are you calling people rubbish? All that talks about your brand. So yeah. I think I've been touching most of these, so we'll now just talk about what a digital brand is. Oh, Charlotte, help me here. What is a digital brand, by show of hands? Any guesses? When I say digital brand, what do you understand by that? Yeah? Online branding. Yeah, I like that. Any other guesses? A brand that's built using social media. Good. Yep, I think you all have an idea. So it's all about building a digital presence. Right now, most of us, if not all of us, have spent at least 30 minutes on our digital, platforms. At least 30 minutes. That's the very least. Because that's the world we're all revolving around. But Has it occurred to you that you can actually make money through people just looking at their phones? And that's what we're saying. Gone are the days of having just traditional brands. We now have brands on digital, and you have stores that are online, and for you operating in your living room. You're selling products, beauty products, all this stuff, in your living room, and you're making millions. But no one can ever know that. Why? Because of the power of digital branding. If your digital brand is set up right, and your products are on there, and you're even putting your prices, and you're putting the unique selling proposition, the benefits of using your product, why wouldn't anyone buy it, despite of you not having a physical store? So, there are also other interactive ways to market your product or your brand. You can have a Twitter space. We've all heard of that. Where you're saying, people are actually hungry for knowledge in my field. People are hungry. People want to know things, like I told you about the social exchange theory. Let me set up a Twitter space once a week or once a month where I'm just telling people about the benefits of, if you're talking about someone who is doing a skincare product, the benefits of skincare routines, the best products for oily skins, the best product for dry skins, and you're just educating people, literally. You're just giving them free knowledge. People are going to say, if this person has gone out of their way to give us knowledge on this field, surely their products are genuine. Surely their products are authentic. Surely they are passionate about this. Surely they are not wafiri. That is how you start. In your field, are you the one leading the discussions? Or are you just waiting and seeing other people doing it? If your competition is doing it, your competition is taking your market. Because you're the thought leader in that space, but you're not doing anything about it. So Twitter spaces are there, just for that reason. That you're able to lead in your space. Discuss trends and issues affecting your space. Then you have testimonials. Testimonials is, I have clients who have been happy with my products before, who have used my app before, who use my app every day. What are they using it for? Can they give you a testimony? And when they give you that testimony, you put it on your website, you put it on your Twitter, you put it on every social media page that you have. In a video form, right? In a flyer form. Trust me, nothing beats word of mouth. That, hey, I use this app every day and it saves me tons and tons of hours. I would have been spending so much time, accounting and all these things, but this app generates everything in a second. Guys, try it. Everyone is going to say, hey, because they have seen someone actually talk about it who says they use it. Who wouldn't want to jump on the trend? So that's another marketing strategy. Then look at your competition. What are others doing? Engage the audience. If you have a digital brand, you always need to engage your audience. Come up with preemptive questions. Hey, I do this every day in the morning. What do you guys do? What are your thoughts on this? And then people will reply. And then they know they are engaging this brand. And then it will become top of mind. And then anywhere they hear, oh, you know that company, I know them too. I've engaged with them. Because you engage with your audiences, not just posting and running away. No. Every reply that you get, reply. That's how it works, because you're now being interactive. Yeah. We already talked about personal branding as the CEO of the company, or even just being the manager. You need to be able to write your position on LinkedIn. If I am the manager at this app, maybe I'm the chief technology officer. Write that on your LinkedIn. You never know who is looking for chief technology officers. You never know. Focus on client satisfaction, measure and track your results. So for every campaign that you set out to do, please measure it. If you're saying you're going to invest $1 a day on Facebook ads, stroke Instagram ads. These things are very, very free to set up, very cheap to set up. Ask yourself, of the $30 I put in a month, how many installs did I get? Measure that metric. If you measure, it's going to be easy for you to say, so now I'm going to double invest and put $60, and I'm expecting better results. But you learn these skills, even as managers, anywhere you go. You have to be able to know, what returns am I getting from whatever activity I'm embarking on? Even if it's an event, I've gone for the bazaar at university, and these are the people I wanted to sign up for Safe Border. Did you have their names registered? Do you have their contacts there? How many people did you reach? How many people did you talk to? That is a metric. Then you can go back and report and say, for the time what the campus, these are the so how many people we interacted with. So measure, always measure. There is no activity which can't be measured. Every activity can be measured. Even if it's number of likes on your socials, you can see at the beginning of the month, or when I opened up my brand, I was least when I carried out this campaign, the numbers of likes grew, the numbers of followers grew, and you know what people are interested in just based on that. Okay, so I think we are almost done. We already asked ourselves, who is your audience? Profile them. Then there are always quotes that never go wrong in marketing and public relations. Customer is king. There is only one boss, and that's the customer. And he can fire everybody in the company from the chairman on down simply by spending his money somewhere else. I think you all agree. 3 things that never expire. Sell something people actually want. What problem are you solving? Deliver consistently on your promise. Do not just post today and go and sleep. Post every day. Talk to people every day. Engage people all the time. Do it better than your competition. Customer care is king. Me, that's my personal trait. I can't go to a place and you treat me like, I'm like, why are you treating me like that? I've come to spend my money. I'll go to another person. I always believe treating people really well helps you keep an edge on your competitors. If you do build a great experience, customers tell each other about that. Word of mouth is very powerful. If you treat me well, I'm going to tell my mother, my mother is going to tell her friends are going to tell their friends. That's just how you do it, especially when you're developing apps. And that's why you have to do, to install features that actually help people generate this word of mouth. You've had apps where you see the option where they tell you refer a friend and get this discount. They even entice them. If you use this code to refer a friend and they sign up with your code, you'll get some certain, incentive. It's not by mistake. They know that when you love something, you're definitely going to share it with someone. And if there is even extra incentive, there's no reason why they wouldn't go an extra mile and say, hey, I'm calling you to tell you about this app. Try. Word of mouth, very powerful. So branding takes time. Don't be so hard on yourself. When you start your brand now, know that it just takes a bit of time. You just have to be consistent with it. Some take months, some take years. You just have to be consistent. That's the key, consistency. If you're using shouting yellow today, don't use dull yellow tomorrow, because people are going to say, these ones are not consistent. They don't know what they want. Okay? Then you need to ask yourself this question. If you're starting out a brand, what will the market miss if we stopped existing? What will people miss about my brand? What will people miss about me when I stop existing? That tells you one thing. Are you solving a problem? If you're not, then we might as well do without you. Yeah, then this is a 10-step brand development strategy. Consider your overall business strategy. How are you making money? Identify your target clients, research your target group, develop your brand positioning, develop your marketing, your messaging strategy, If you know your target audience, you know if you're going to talk to your audiences in a very cool way, in a very professional way. You will decide based on your target audience. Develop your name, logo, tagline. Develop your content marketing strategy. I already told you about Medium. Develop your website, build your marketing toolkit. Wearing branded t-shirts. You know, women in fintech hackathon. I can already see these are women who are very passionate about financial technology. Branded toolkits are very key. Pens. You just gift it to someone. They say, oh, I know this company. I have their pen. It's never that deep, but you know that you're doing something. Implement, track, and adjust. I'd already talked about reporting. Then you can see the overview of social media use. So many people are using social media today. You cannot ignore it, especially if you have a brand that you're willing to put out for the market. A digital brand is the identity, visibility, and credibility among consumers who discover, relate to, and interact with the brand on digital platforms. Okay, and then we have website. I talked about search engines. You have videos. Make use of your YouTube pages always. Reviews. I talked about testimonials and social media. Yeah, I think we already talked about that too. I think we are back to these some of the tips. Digital marketing is what you do. Digital branding is who you are. How you brand yourself is who you are. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer any. Thank you. Yes.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Yeah, nice to meet you here.
Nice to
Congratulations upon making it on the top 100. It's not something that someone gets to get every day.
Thank
I'm
you.
happy for you. Well, this is my question. First, my name is Vianney. I'm developing an investment technology.
Yeah.
So we help people invest their money. There is something I would like to learn from you, maybe from what you've been doing over the last period of time. You've done. I would like you to compare two ways of marketing, digital marketing. One is influencer marketing versus ad marketing. What I would like to understand is that if I paid an influencer, would it perform better than me going ahead and draft the advert? Let's say I'm using Twitter. So could you compare that two?
So that's a good question. But for any campaign, you need objectives. What is your objective? What is your budget? Influencers has become a very, can I say, it's on trend. Everyone is now talking about influencers, so you feel like if you don't do influencers, you might as well miss out. But the truth of the matter is, not all influencers will help you achieve your objectives. If you're looking at increasing the number of likes on your brand Twitter page, you can go and hire any Tom, Dick, and Harry out there to go and increase your likes and even give you comments which you'll never understand. Things like, oh, this is lovely, this is nice on a brand, what are you doing? But I guess what I'm trying to say here is, if you are very particular and say you want app installs, for example, you said you have an investment company. They invest, right? So you're looking for people to invest. Influencers that are for that niche are the ones you need, not every influencer, right? Because you have influencers with a following of 16,000 people, but all their followers are slay queens. They don't understand anything about investment, and you're here telling them, oh, come and invest. What? They don't even the influencers themselves do not understand what investment is all about. instead of getting 10 influencers on Twitter that are simply making noise, you'd rather get one influencer who is actually very particular and they talk about only investments and finance. Because there you know all they are following is actually people who are interested in investments and finance. That's one aspect. The other objective would be if I am looking at just a low budget, I don't have budget, I can't pay influencers. Those people ask for so much money, right? Say, yeah, fine. How can I be creative with the little resources that I have? Can I do a video and pay $1 a day, just $1 a day? I put it on my Instagram or on my LinkedIn, depending on who I'm targeting. $30. That's how much is that in UGX? $30. Anyone? Yeah, I'm hearing someone saying 80K. What? Pardon? Take people don't know, man. 120. 120K, right? Sincerely, that can be even pocket money, right? You do not have enough resources, but you can get yourself out of that by just putting $1 a day on Instagram. And you'll have people actually coming in to invest. Better than the 800K you're going to give each influencer for 10 days who are giving you only 2 tweets. 2 tweets like this. Are you seeing the difference? So we have to be very smart in the way we approach the methods we use to market. If you have limited budget, trust me, there are other ways you can do it without spending that much on influencers who know nothing about your brand, who are not passionate about your brand, whose followers care less about investment. I hope I've answered your question. Yeah. So those ways, we have already talked about cheaper ways, cheaper options. It could even just be doing an ad and put it on your YouTube. Do search engine optimization tools. Like I said, are you writing blogs about it? Are you having Twitter spaces about it? Are you having webinars? These are all free things. You don't need a lot. Yeah. Any other question? Yep. Are we good to go? I think it's already 5. People are saying, yeah, Charlotte, you bored people. What's the time? Okay, yeah, I think it's time. Any other questions? All right, so thank you. I hope I have done some justice to the topic, marketing and public relations. Otherwise, you've been a wonderful audience. Thank you for listening.
Once again, let us applaud Lynn. Thank you so much, Lynn, for making time. She was really, really busy, but she managed to get time and be with us. We are going to have her again on Friday. Friday, we have a summit where we are going to announce the winners from all kinds of winners, the social media, the hackathon winners, the active participants, all those ones. So now on that summit, we are going to be slaying. So we are going to slay. We are going to slay. We are going to be having nice hairstyles, clothes, shoes, heels, wherever it is a red carpet event. So let us keep that in mind and prepare accordingly. It is Friday. It is going to be at Mistille Hotel. Do we all know where Mistille is? It's in Zambia, near Arena. We all know Arena Mall, right? Yeah, that side, just back behind Arena. So I'm going to invite Cleopatra. Maybe. How many teams are remaining? Like 5? I think they are just like 5. So on Thursday we have the final presentations. On Thursday we have the final presentations. That means all your work should be ready and submitted by 7 a.m. Thursday. All of it. And let me remind you, if in your final presentation you don't have a link to your MVP, don't even think about the prize. It's very important. You're going to do a dry run of your product. Okay, Cleo is here, is going to tell us more.
Okay, so we're going to meet the teams that we didn't see, and you're going to find us at the back. Okay? The rest continue working and improving your prototypes, and then the MVP should work on it tonight, because tomorrow you're going to present to us the semi or semi-final MVP. Functional. We don't want screens that are not working. Okay? Functional, semi-functional MVP. Do you copy? Cool. Have a good evening, the rest of you, and those we didn't meet at the back.
Anti-money bugs in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, life is financially simplified. What does it in fugato tole ya muntu munno jakuwa toyagala banyumya saving inaye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde nakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealthy wizard kyekyomanyi fortune is severate ate good severate mbuwanyirira kabaka anti-money bugs in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neyagare. Only all to do, life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, neyagare. Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza eyesiga mukama osaba kufa. I'm succeeding, leading, exceeding. We are winning. Anti-money bugs in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neyagare. Only all to do, life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, neyagare. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi play tukadde 10 awe tutusaawo iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba katonde abawaye atuma nonsense mugira mukolima emoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi the night is still young wait a pop more champagne ngenda Maldives ku breakfast wali nakuyita Richard wakabi Holy wealthy wizard malanga fortune is severate wakolamu wachikuba wamalayo anti-money bugs in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neyagare. Only all to do, life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, neyagare. What does it in fugato tole ya muntu munno jakuwa toyagala banyumya saving inaye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde nakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealthy wizard kyekyomanyi fortune is severate ate good severate mbuwanyirira kabaka anti-money bugs in Zabimala. bad, yoga, I make money, neyagale. Only youth, only people to do.
Life is financially simplified.
Only bad, yoga, make money, neyagale.
Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza